Have you ever watched something that completely rewired your brain chemistry?
A procedural network drama might not be your usual pick, but it's ours.
This is The Buddie System, a 911 deep dive podcast hosted by three friends who have DM'd each other enough character dissertations to earn a PhD in media literacy. I'm Han, coming to you straight from the characters' heads.
I'm Sil, bringing you to the observation deck.
And I'm Rachel, connecting the dots with my red string. With our powers combined,
No stone is left unturned.
and no Buddie is left behind.
This episode brought to you by the Tortured Buddy Department, Tim Minear's version. Welcome to the Buddy System.
This is our second special episode covering Season 8. Today we'll be talking about Season 8, Episode 4, No Place Like Home, written by Lindsay Beaulieu and directed by Marita Grabiak.
Season 8, Episode 5, titled Masks, written by Taylor Wong and directed by Christine Calafian.
And Season 8, Episode 6, titled Confessions, written by Andrew Myers and directed by Chad Lowe. So,
Chad
we
Lowe.
have a- Chad Lowe.
Come through, Chad
Come
Lowe.
through. If nobody got me,
You know
I
that's
Chad
Rob
Lowe
Lowe's
got
brother.
me. I do. It's
Wild.
random as hell.
I know.
So we're super excited to be back talking about Season 8 again, and especially these cluster of episodes.
This cluster.
And we discovered when making our notes, that's a lie, we knew before we were making the notes, that this was going to be a very Buck and Eddie heavy episode because of just the general character arcs that are happening, and the way that we tend to talk about character arcs is like diving deep and extrapolating on things, and there is just so much to get into with their particular arcs right now, and you know,
Understatement.
so we're still going to talk about our other faves, but it's going to be a little bit shorter than you're probably used to. So if you love Buck and Eddie and Buddie, this is going to be a great episode for you. If that's not why you're here, it's going to be short.
We're still going to
talk about it.
talk about all
Yeah.
of our characters and the arcs that they're going through
Yep.
in this like section of 3 episodes. However, there's just so much that we want to talk about and that we can really get into. So we'll touch on everyone, but just know our main focus is going to be Buck and Eddie. You
Those-
haven't figured that
Those
out.
tragic gay firefighters. But yeah, so what did we think of this round of episodes?
I haven't written anything down for that. I never do for these general thoughts. It's so funny. I was just like, how do I begin to talk about how much I love all of these episodes? It's like hit after hit after hit. I know we were talking like in our first season 8 special about how the first 3 episodes were just like boom, boom, boom. And like with the opening emergencies and everything like that. So this is the first part of the season, like really moving on from those big opening emergencies, B-NATO and almost plane crash. And I think they're writing like such a tight story. We're seeing these season themes really show up that were even sprinkled in the first 3 episodes, but like with so much more not necessarily consideration, but like focus and how they're pacing everyone's storylines, I think is really great. I've just been like every single week, just like this is a banger episode. This is another hit. Like another one.
Here comes another one.
So I've just been like, I have not, like, I'm still riding the roller coaster. We're still going up. We're like not anywhere close to, for me, this season so far, these 3 episodes, no misses. I'm on the edge of my seat. I am so interested. I am so, like, they keep my interest. They up the ante. Like, the pacing is great. The directing is great. The acting is fantastic. Like, it's just great. I don't know what more to say. I love this season so much. That was
Hey,
not
I
very
mean-
astute, but good job.
Season great is season 8. Actually, that made no sense. I mean, it makes sense,
Season
but
great.
No, but we call Supernatural as season 8 is great. Yeah.
Oh, the 911 the Supernatural pipeline. Here we go.
Mm.
Season 8 in Supernatural was also pretty gay.
It's the purgatory season.
It's
so
purgatory.
Yeah.
Purgatory. I know. All right, we made it less than 10 minutes and we're already talking Supernatural.
I don't even know what to say. Rachel hit all of it, but honestly, yeah, season is these specifically these last 3 episodes have been really really good. I mean, it has my attention.
Yeah.
Triggered. It has my attention.
I just watched you trigger yourself in real time. That was so
I didn't
funny.
catch that. That was so funny.
I saw her like
Pause. Like, I couldn't see your eyes, but I knew your facial expression was immediate regret. The realization washed over you.
These last couple episodes have my full attention. My full attention, my full focus. I'm at the, again, Rachel said everything. Edge of my seat. I literally can't, I don't know. I do not have any complaints. That's a lie. I have complaints, but not about the episodes themselves. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I literally, I'm just excited where the season is going. I love the storylines. I'm really here for what they're doing with Buck and Eddie. Because that they're going places. That's all I know. They're going places. And I don't know. I just can't wait for more. Too bad we have a 3-month hiatus coming up, so that sucks.
But my general thoughts are that I have not enjoyed myself watching live television this much.
Since when? Since when?
Well, was that enjoyment?
Yeah, right.
Joy. Yeah. I just don't want to make like a statement that strong. Whatever. I can't remember, and I have a horrible memory, but I can't remember the last time I was watching live television and enjoying it this much. Like, being invested, yes, like having big reactions, big emotions, yes, but like doing all of that while just having so much fun and being just like so on board to see what happens next and not being full of anxiety to be like, oh, they're doing good. Hope they don't fuck it up.
You're
or
right.
oh
like,
no, they're torturing them. Like, I have never been in like watching a show and been like actively like, could you please shoot my favorite? Thank you. Or hit him with a car. One or the other. That would be great. Like, I'm just having such a good time. And I think that's great television when it makes you feel very big emotions across the spectrum, but like you are having a good time.
Yeah.
No matter what those emotions are, like when you come out at the end of it. And I think the fact that like I can't like sleep, eat, think about anything else other than the show.
It's just 911 all the time up
All
in
the
here.
time. Which like it obviously was before because we made a podcast, but like the brain rot is so bad right now because these episodes are so good. They're so good. And it's not just the buddy of it all. It's that everyone is just, the characters are so locked into like the things that we love about them, and they're, you know, moving forward in ways that we are really excited to see. So I don't know. They're just doing great things over there, and I'm really happy to be watching it.
Yeah, they are absolutely killing it. Like, what can we say? I mean, like
don't actually kill it, but like
no,
you know what we're saying.
No, like smashing it out of the park.
Yeah,
home run every episode. It's just like boom, boom. Like, we know in our souls that we're going to be delivered a good product. Like a fun hour. Yeah. Fun or like impactful. And in a way that is like going to make sense for the characters and the storylines that they're trying to tell. And just like, here are your flowers.
Yeah, I think we really lucked out in our timing
I know.
And,
I feel
this
so
being
spoiled.
our first live season.
I feel really spoiled.
We didn't have to sit in the trenches.
Listen,
Sorry, Meg.
I mean, we did our time.
We suffered around maybe possibly 12 years of that relationship.
That show.
Of that show and that relationship and them sending our one of our faves to super mega turbo hell. So I mean, we suffered. At least in this case, technically, they have job security.
Yeah.
I think they can't die.
Yeah.
At least Eddie can't. He's too pretty to die.
Pays to be the favorite, right?
Oh my god.
The it girl.
I don't think that's one of the things that makes me enjoy it too, is the fact that I'm like, oh, this show's performing really well. It's gonna get renewed. So I don't have to worry about them like
network
doing a bad thing at like the end of the season and that being the end of the show. I don't have to worry about a new showrunner coming on and trying to write off the fan favorite character. Like, I don't.
We've been through so much.
You know, I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff because Dad's in charge.
We hate to say this, we trust Dad. We don't trust Dad to be nice to the characters.
No.
We trust Dad to write
Tell
a good
good stories.
story.
Yeah.
That's our trust. On a little silver platter.
The trust circle.
Yeah, the trust circle.
So let's get into some of the themes that we are noticing in the past 3 episodes.
I think I mentioned very, very briefly, like, it seems like this season as a whole so far in like the 6 episodes we have, which is so funny to say because it's like we're a third in and we're all already seeing like such strong season themes. And I know we talk about that like during our regular rewatch episodes as well. Like we start really not like piling on, but like collecting themes that, you know, continue on. And I think this season they are really, some of these things are like really strong themes and they're like hitting home with it. So I think, sorry, all of that to say is I think we're seeing a lot of further development of a lot of the themes that we saw in the first 3 episodes and kind of like distilling it and extrapolating through like different facets in some of these like more general themes that we saw introduced.
Do you want to remind them what those themes are before we talk about the new ones?
Okay, so some of the themes that we saw introduced in the first 3 episodes that I think we're delving into a little more in different ways. So we have, I think one of the most prevalent is being displaced. I think how we see it in these 3 episodes, specifically, especially with episode 4, which is No Place Like Home, is things where they don't belong specifically. So not just like being pushed out of your home, but like things aren't where they should be. We have adapting and improvisation, which I think we also see with maybe mostly like when they're on the calls and the solutions that they find to help the patients. There's trust, which is a big thing. I'm sure we'll touch on that as well. And unresolved trauma, which I mean is just a series theme, but man, are they bringing things back around? So we'll talk about that as well. And then I think to, I guess, get into more of the specific themes that we see in these 3 episodes, we're seeing a lot of kids in danger.
Which could mean nothing.
Could mean nothing. And relatedly, with kids in danger, we're seeing a lot of parental involvement. So whether that's a parent being present for these emergencies or a parent being absent, and not just for emergencies, but like in a general sense as well, like these parental relationships are a really big thing in these last 3 episodes as well.
Oh, I did just want to say, touching on the kids in danger, we'll talk about this later, but most notably, it just keeps like pointing towards Christopher, especially because the priest was just like, he's safe, right? So
there's so many reasons that
so
we
many
are
reasons, but that's a big one.
Theorizing, predicting,
That
however you want to call it. We will get into that later.
Yeah. But then another one we have is masks and disguises, and not just because of the episode title, and not just because of that episode even. But obviously that does play a heavy role, and I am excited to talk about the masks of that episode because I think
yes.
If you're just looking surface level, it is confusing because you're like, where's the theme? But you've got to dig a little bit. But they're all really good and interesting to talk about.
I think that one's interesting really quickly. A lot of times with 911 episode titles, they're kind of hitting you over the head with the main theme of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
And this, with masks, it was interesting because no one was wearing a physical mask, really. So it ended up being a lot more metaphorical than I think people would have anticipated otherwise.
Chim was for like 3 seconds.
Yeah. That was it. That was the only like actual over your face mask. So
yeah. Then we have honesty.
Which
I'm not going to elaborate
trust.
on that because we're going to talk about that later. And then a big one that was just called out in big neon in the last episode
Flashing.
is joy. Yes.
And we love joy. And we were so joyful watching, I think specifically 806.
You can watch that on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. If you want some real...
If you would like to see us lose our absolute fucking minds.
If you want some real entertainment, please go to our YouTube and watch our 806 live reaction. It's a doozy. I had to be on the floor.
I know I was talking about like, my enjoyment of this and how it's different from anything that I can remember like watching live in a long time. I think watching the reaction videos back, especially looking at me and at Syl, because our reactions are like normally way underplayed. Like just because, I don't know, like Rachel is our emoticon member, and Syl and I tend to be more like, I guess I don't think it's the resting bitch face, but it is just like we could be experiencing things and you won't necessarily see it all the time.
Your faces are a little more reserved than mine.
But we were literally screaming.
I've never seen all 3 sets of our eyes so wide. I thought all of our eyes were just gonna go like pop out of our head, just be like, what is happening?
I literally thought that I was having heart palpitations. Like
I legitimately hyperventilated.
You did.
I don't know the last time if that's ever happened in actuality like that.
Watching something? Not that I can remember.
No, just like in life. I don't think I've hyperventilated like that. Like,
well, you did it in
like
a fun way, at least.
It was hyperventilating while laughing.
Uh-huh.
And I needed some floor time. I couldn't handle it.
You and the floor became best friends that night.
She needed some enrichment time.
Yeah. I was like, I need to feel grounded right now. Let me flop onto the floor.
But yeah, so I think Rachel did have a couple, we're not really like deep diving in this episode because of the nature of the current season episodes. It's kind of hard to do deep dive the way we
usually do,
normally do, because it's not done. So we're kind of calling this segment behind the scenes now, which I know is not creative. So sorry, maybe we'll work on it. But I think Rachel has a couple notes for this before we get into our character highlights.
Yeah, just I think a couple interesting things. Usually with our deep dive stuff, we're going a little more into like the press that was coming out. But there has been so much press, so many articles. I think for episode 6, like I've been trying to keep track of them. And granted, this is the first like live season where I'm trying to keep track of any like press coming out. I think there were like 15-ish articles, like interviews specifically that came out for 806. And there's been so many like little blurbs and clips and everything like that. Like if anyone's interested in seeing like a compiled list of some of these articles, I'm happy to share those. So I don't really like have that much right now. I'm sure like we could do a whole other like segment or like mini-so talking specifically about, you know, some of the quotes that we've gotten from Tim Minear, Oliver Stark, Ryan Guzman. I think those are like the main people.
Like, choose your fighter.
Yeah,
What's
we
the
also,
truth?
I mean, we also got a couple from Aisha Hines and Tracy Toms from episode 4. So like, there's just a lot.
There's a Gavin interview that I haven't.
Oh, yeah, it was cute.
But I've seen a couple snippets of it.
It was cute. So I'm not really going to just touch on those. And a lot of it is so speculative and like reading into things. We might
reference them to like support things we talk about later, but we're
in
not
like a general, we read the quote from one of them. Anyways, sorry, that was a long like caveat. Just a couple production stuff, I guess, behind the scenes production stuff. So we have known, or I guess we've figured out that 911 shoots in a block schedule format. So that's from my understanding, that's like a whole bunch of like a handful of episodes kind of split up and filmed not in chronological order. So like they're flipping in between, you know, like a scene from 4 and then they'll do like a scene from 6 and stuff like that. So from our understanding, 806, which was the most recent episode, filmed before 805. And so that's kind of interesting to keep in mind when you maybe are rewatching the episodes and realizing that, spoiler alert, they filmed the Buck and Tommy breakup before 805. So just, that's kind of funny.
Just wild things.
just wild things. And in that sense as well, that means that Ryan shaved the mustache for 806 before they went back and filmed for 805. Rip, R.I.P. Mustache, by the way, Eddie Stash. So for 805, he's actually wearing a prosthetic, a fake mustache, which is hilarious that they had to even go and say like, okay, you've had the mustache for like how long? And now we're going to give you a fake one. Like, that must have been like some sort of scheduling conflict with that, because that's just funny to me. Another thing about filming out of order, the first call from episode 6, where we see the husband and wife, and the wife at the top of the building with the urn of the husband's mother's ashes. That call was from 704, Buck Bothered and Bewildered. And that's kind of interesting, just because they'd, you know, had this footage banked, and I think they had the perfect opportunity to use it in 806 thematically. I understand why they put it in here. I also can't help wondering how they would have put it in 704, but I guess that's why they like took it out. And then also, because that was from last season, they had to CGI the mustache, which I find hilarious. I'm realizing now that all of my production stuff is just basically about the mustache.
Okay. Well, I'd also like to add that because there's no buck curls, and I just am saying we can never go back.
No,
and that just proved it.
Like, also,
so don't no more.
Also, hair department, where can we send your edible arrangement? From us to you, because you deserve it. And then the last thing, surprisingly, also about the mustache.
Oh my god!
I didn't mean to do this, but
sure.
No, I really didn't. I just realized it now. In 805 masks, Josh at dispatch, his costume, is he says in the episode, his low effort costume. He is also wearing a prosthetic mustache. like a mustache for his costume. And I think Brian Safi kind of confirmed on Instagram that Josh went as Eddie for Halloween,
So funny.
which is so funny on so many levels. And I can talk about that for probably a while, and we might bring it up again later.
Yeah.
So Josh went as his arch enemy, Eddie, as his costume for Halloween, confirmed.
We knew he was a fan.
Doesn't have to like him, but he has to respect him.
Let's talk about characters. So let's start out with Mom and Dad.
Bobby and Athena.
Bobby and Athena. They got some stuff going on in 804, but not super much in 5 and 6.
Which makes
but
sense.
But they did, they were very heavily featured in 1 through 3. So that makes sense because they cycle who was, an A, B, and C plot.
Yeah.
To make sure the ensemble cast stays an actual ensemble instead of what does Brad say? He's like, they think it's.
Oh, yeah.
They think it's an ensemble.
They think it's an
show.
ensemble.
Yeah. But basically, we're just seeing that they are looking to find or build another home together because they literally don't have one. It burnt down.
So there you
Maybe
still
we
have
forgot.
more of that, like...
in case you forgot, because everything that happened 1 through 3, they don't have a house right now. So
it's more
now
of them
that
being displaced,
Yeah.
right?
yeah. So now that Bobby is back where he belongs at work, and Athena isn't on public transportation, they can focus on
Thank God.
trying to find an actual home together again. And it's not that deep, but it's also very sweet because Bobby kind of is just like wants to kind of go along with whatever she wants for the most part. She's like, this isn't the vibe. And he's like, but like if we live here, it would be the
it could
vibe.
be. Like, what is the vibe?
Yeah.
What's
She's
your
like, this
vibe?
isn't, I can't, like, this wouldn't really be a home. And he's like, but if we moved all of our stuff in here, it would be a home. It's very cute.
And I think that really just goes to show, just like as a brief character moment, like Bobby's home is people, not a
Absolutely.
place. Even though, like, literally, like, there's no place like home. But Bobby could be happy. Bobby could be happy anywhere. He could be happy in like a cardboard box, okay? Yeah. As long as his people are with him.
Yeah.
So he like doesn't really care until.
Yeah, so really, like, Bobby, his whole journey with Athena has been him, because he didn't really have a life, right? He didn't have, like, a house. He didn't have other people other than the 118 who she already knew to, like, incorporate. So, like, everything that they've built together has actually, not to, like, minimize what they've built together, but, like, it's been more so that, like, he has, like, come into Athena's world. And
he's inherited it.
Yes, inherited what was there. So inherited the house, inherited the kids who he loves, right? And just kind of was perfectly happy with that and had no problems with it. But now that the house is burnt down and she's like, well, I actually think I just want to rebuild a house there. He's like, that sounds great. Should talk to an architect. And she's like, I already did without talking to you. Michael, the house load already.
Typical Athena.
Typical Athena making these decisions without like discussing, but
because to her it's like a practical thing.
Yeah.
Right? Where to Bobby, this is big. Now that it's become a personal thing, right? Yeah. Where it's like now they're literally building a home. Like, and it should be something that they choose together.
And I think we've talked about this maybe mostly in our season 7 wrap, but we've probably touched on it in our rewatch as well about how Bobby and Athena, like, a lot of times they kind of just sweep things under the rug and they don't necessarily like talk things out. So then there's always like a little bit of tension, like they're not always completely on the same page. And I think this gives them the perfect opportunity for them to really, like, quite literally start blank slate, start fresh, start new on, like, literally on the same foundation and build something even more sustainable and stronger.
Build a literal Athena foundation.
Yeah. That's why I said it.
Not just the metaphorical one.
Yeah. We get that development for Bobby and Athena, which is kind of a nice way to close out
Last season, I think.
last season.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then to kind of culminate the first 3 episodes, Bobby gets reinstated as captain of the 118. We see that at the end of 804 with No Place Like Home. So literally, like, him, it's a literal homecoming in for both of their little storylines here, kind of. And so that kind of, like, helps close out that little chapter with Gerard and Bobby and Gerard literally switching places with each other as captain and the Hotshots tech advisor.
Funny.
And I think this is one of, like, the funniest things Bobby has ever done, because, you know, he's so stable, you know, he's very genuine, and he absolutely knows how to manipulate someone if the need arises, and he does it in a way that is so mutually beneficial to everybody. It's hilarious. Like, it's so clever, so smart, so well played, with kind of, like, you know, playing to Gerard's ego and basically not 2 birds, 1 stoning. Just, like, here's a solution that is, like, 2 birds, 1 stone sort of thing. It benefits
well, it's
everybody.
so funny because, like, Hen and Chim basically gave him the solution. So, like, but if they had talked to each other, they maybe could have come to him with the plan. But, like, you know, she was like, this is why this is happening, and this is why you aren't back at the 118. And Chim was like, this is why Gerard even accepted this job, because he wants to feel smart. So it I don't know, it's just so great.
I love seeing that. I love when Bobby gets to be kind of, like, I don't want to say underhanded, but it's almost like very not Bobby in a very Bobby way. Almost.
I'm trying to think of a word. It's like, it's not petty, but it's in the same vein.
Yeah.
Because it's the kind of thing that also jumps out on calls when people are being fucking
dum-dums.
Idiots. Yeah.
With that stuff, it's less like straight up kind of Bobby's gathered this information and he's able to use it to his advantage.
Oh, yeah.
And this is very much straight up, like, he's using the information that he has to his advantage for kind of personal gain, but it's also, like, for the better of everyone else.
Greater good.
The kind of character that Bobby is absolutely, like, kind of capitalizes on favors that they kind of, like, bank in their back pocket sometimes, and you know, utilizing the information that was given to him by his community, Hen and Chimney, he's able to kind of like weasel his way in there a little bit.
There you go.
I just wanted to make some funny haha notes of things that I particularly enjoyed of Bobby and Athena in 805. And I know one of these is controversial. I guess I'll start with that one. I know that some people really hated her saying, and that's no cap, but, like, literally, I bust a gut every time.
That was so funny.
So funny.
Who
got the thought? Angela Bassett saying,
I know,
no cap. Come on, guys. That's
and she
fucking
delivered.
That's a gift.
Yeah.
Also, props to Peter, for the Cap Dadcula.
Thank you. That was the next thing I
keep
was
saying
going to say.
Dadcula. Cap Dracula, but I'm just like, that's such a dad joke, and it
is.
To me, he is Cap Dadcula.
You got to take it a step further.
Yeah,
He'd be so proud of that.
Thank you. Yeah, and I really loved when we were watching that together, and both of you guys were just like
it's literally the spirit of Rachel inhabited.
And I could not dispute that.
No. Just the physical comedy in that. So I lose it every single time.
He must have been having so much fun with that.
Oh my god, they're so great.
I love when Bobby and Athena get to be more lighthearted.
Yeah.
Because they're both so good at it.
Yeah.
And it's just, yeah. That's like a little gift to us. It's like, thanks.
What about the kids coming to see Dad to air out their grievances?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Therapist dad. Mediator dad.
He calls me little buddy and he touches me.
Not like that, but still.
Also, the way like Bobby's eyes were just like, excuse me?
You did what?
Wait, that's the same. I'm sorry. That is the same reaction that Hot Priest has to Eddie in the confessional. Just like the eyes being like so concerned so quickly.
Oh my God. We love husbands who literally can't give any context appropriately while delivering a story. So they just sound completely out of pocket.
Match made in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, we love that fucking scene.
Love Dumb and Dumbass.
Dumb and Dumber. Affectionately.
Dumb and Dumbasser.
So I thank you for bringing that back up. I think that's just such a great... and this was before Bobby got reinstated, but it really shows like how strong like the 118 family unit is and how trusted to go back to some of the themes Bobby is, because like that's who they go to for like work advice, but also personal advice, and sometimes they like overlap a lot because they can't compartmentalize each other.
So what did you just think of?
No, I was just thinking about, because I just touched on Buck's little therapy hour. I was just thinking about Eddie's therapy hour, which was just like,
you don't like it?
Yeah, the whole talking about the dad and son issue, but then like switching to like the whole mustache and, oh, you don't like it? Like offended. It's like, you're sure
I was offended
in Texas because he hates your mustache. Like,
I know. I was offended that Bobby was a mustache hater
and just got roasted.
I know. And you know what? Maybe we can chalk that under the Bobby's good but almost not great advice. Like, not quite great advice.
I don't know that was advice.
No, it wasn't, but it wasn't like super helpful or productive. So.
Quick question. We don't have to keep this in. When was the last time he gave advice or a meaningful talk? Was it the kiss of death? Because of like the Tommy's good people thing?
I don't remember if that was before or after Eddie was like, you don't seem to... No, it was... I guess it would have been after. You don't seem to have problems committing to some things.
So I think that one.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, because I don't think he gives any advice at the beginning, the first 3 episodes, right?
I don't think so.
Of season 8, I think he's too busy trying to save his lady.
Yeah.
And trying to get away from Brad.
And trying to get away from Brad.
Trying to not get harassed in the workplace.
He's like, I'm a married man.
Him and his son, so alike.
Oh, God.
Bobby was too busy having an emergency of his own to dole out any advice to anyone else. He was very like singularly focused.
Yeah.
So it's nice to like see him and Athena kind of like relax.
We are getting some Eddie Bobby scenes coming up, so I guess strap in to see which way the pendulum swings.
Oh God!
Oh no, right? Because that was in one of the recent articles with Ryan Guzman, right?
We'll find it and link it.
Yeah, we'll go. We'll go through them.
Literally, there's no other information than that. They were just like, "Are we going to see?"
I mean, they can't give much information. It's just teasing. So,
yeah.
When will Bobby give better advice?
Here's my thing.
Like, it's not bad advice. It's just badly. It's a big misdirect.
This is all conjecture because we don't canonically know that anyone is aware of Buck and Eddie's whole thing with each other that they aren't aware of. But I absolutely think that Bobby is. And I absolutely think Bobby has been trying to like subtly plant seeds there. But it's not his fault that Eddie and Buck are so stupid. But he's trying not to like interfere. So he's trying to give advice without directly interfering. But by doing that, I feel like he ends up accidentally
making it worse.
Interfering by making it worse.
Yeah. And if you want to hear more,
you can go there and listen to us talk about the first very bad piece of advice that Bobby gives, which is still affecting Buck to this day, which we will talk about later.
It's about Abby and it's haunting the narrative.
We're in the year of our Lord.
We're so tired.
But anyway.
Anyway, let's move on to Hen and Karen.
We had mom and dad. Now we have mom and mama.
Mama.
They're very prominently featured in both
4 and 5.
Yeah. And it's like the Lord giveth and then the Lord taketh away again.
And then giveth and then taketh away and then giveth. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the pattern.
So
they're just going through the emotional gambit in both of these episodes, and so were we. So like in 4, they go through the whole thing with Ortiz,
the councilwoman, and their hearing or their petition to get Mara back, and
like at first it's like they fail, right? They get their foster license taken away. No contact ordered, right? No contact ordered.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's like fully taken away yet, but like
no, but it was no contact ordered with Mara. And then, Bobby manipulates this plan in action, which ultimately brings Ortiz down, which brings Mara back home. And we're joyful. And at the end of that episode, we were like, hooray. Leave Hen and Karen alone. Leave their family, leave their kids alone. We're done with that.
And then immediately...
and then Denny gets hit by a car.
And then Tim Minear was like, but the theme this season is kids getting hurt.
No, Sil, did you just have the same thought that I had about, like, potential car crash?
Yeah.
Yeah, we both brain blasted that at the same time I saw it.
Anyway.
Sorry.
We'll talk about that later.
So listen, I think that these stories were told well.
Yes.
I think it, furthered the character development for everyone involved. But like, I think we're all tired of the like main thing that is always happening with Hen and Karen.
Specifically them.
The lesbians being that they can't have a family or their family gets taken away from them. Mm-hmm. So I would just like put Hen and Karen in danger. Like just leave the fucking kids alone. Like we're done. We're so tired.
Put that whole family in a bubble. Leave them alone.
Yeah,
I know.
I feel like they should be safe for the rest of the season.
For real. Like do something in Chimney again.
Oh my God,
no, he's got a baby on the way.
I'm just kidding.
He's just torture Buck and Eddie all season. Okay, give everyone else a break.
That is true. That is true. This is Buck and Eddie's near-death experience season. Fingers crossed. Leave everyone else alone.
Like, I totally understand why these stories with Mara being taken away, I understand why these storylines are being told in this season specifically, because that is going to be very much, I mean, we're already seeing it's a running theme, but it's just like they've suffered enough now. And again, Han, like you said, like it was very well done in the way that it was told. However, we would just like to give them a break.
And they're like the way they're told and delivered, I think is super moving.
Yes.
Like I am like, even though I know everyone's going to be okay, I'm still like on the edge of my seat. And then I'm still like, you know, my heart breaks for them. And then, oh my God, I'm so joyful for them. And then I'm like so relieved when everyone's okay. But it's like, I think there's so many other things that we can do other than just like torturing these poor lesbians and
with
family
issues. Like no more Ava, no more like children in peril. Like,
and like I get it that like I think that is like a general theme that like that Tim and the writers do bring, is that they like bring these things back up because that is what happens in life and it makes for good television, which is like things like cyclically happen or like things haunt the narrative. But I feel like this just needs to be
run the course. I think with Henren's
we've
family
been doing it
being
since season 1. Like
so I would like to see more development or more drama unfold with like them personally. Like give us more like Karen drama. I loved the stuff, was it in season 6?
Yeah.
With her work.
Yeah.
Emergency.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was really interesting. But yeah, it was well done, and I think it worked because then Hen was able to get her kind of her comeuppance, her Hen's revenge, if you will, a little bit for the councilwoman, which we love to see that. So in episode 5, then we get to see this interesting dynamic kind of disagreement that stems from Hen and Karen, before Denny gets in harmed, danger. So I think the most interesting parts there are the tension between Hen and Karen, and how, Han, I think you put it better than I'm trying to right now.
What?
Like the frustration that Karen has with Hen not being around for some of the big moments, now that they've just gotten Mara back and Hen has to still work. And, there's this tension about, as a parent being present versus being absent, again, that we're seeing, and that kind of disagreement between the two of them there.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the kind of stuff that I want to see from them, because this is like, I like the interpersonal drama. Like, I understand it's an emergency show, and the main characters are going to be put in those kinds of situations, even the ones who aren't the first responders. So, but I love this because I think it is circling back to something that they have argued about before, and I feel like it's so relevant to them right now because they just got Mara back, and like before Mara got taken away, like she was just starting to really like open up and be integrated as part of their family. So I feel like this first holiday, this first Halloween with her is like so important to Karen. And I feel like she's putting a lot into it, and therefore putting a lot of pressure on Hen to be there too. I think a lot of the things that I think about this are just me reading into the situation, because I do feel like both of them, but especially Karen, just displayed in this episode, feels like they need to make up for lost time with her.
Yeah. And I think that really just like plays into that larger issue of, like I mentioned, parents being present or being absent, because she says like that, Karen said this really poignant line that, Mara will remember it if you're here, but she'll remember it if you're not, or if you do, or if you don't. And so that kind of like, how do you balance things like as a parent, a working parent, and wanting to be there for your kid and your family.
In a profession where you do have to work on holidays.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say from a personal standpoint, I couldn't tell you who took me trick-or-treating because I did not care about my parents being there. I cared about the candy in my costume.
Yeah, I mean...
So that's another reason why I was like, I think Karen's really building this up. Like, it's not... Halloween is not like a famously big holiday for families to, like, come closer together. I mean, like, maybe it is for theirs.
I think it's definitely situational because they were just reunited, right?
Yeah.
And I think
it's a very kid-focused holiday.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, I see where she's coming from, but at the same time, like, it's just Halloween, Karen. Mm-hmm. But I think, at the end of the episode, like, she makes an overall point where it's like, you always miss the big moments. But I think the, like, kind of, not moral of that, but, like, I guess the conclusion of that is that Hen is there for the big moments that actually matter. It might not be, like, the exact Christmas Day, Thanksgiving Day, July 4th. Like, it might not be, like, for those specific,
typical,
like, right. But she's always going to be there for the big moments of her kids' lives. And, like, even if she hadn't been working, she would have found a way to be there as fast as possible in this situation as well.
Yeah, and I think that also speaks to, Hen working and just having to kind of, like, the stars aligning in kind of a bad way, but to have her be there for Denny's emergency, like, Karen knows that, like, there is no one better suited to get the job done and to save someone's life. Like, we just released Hen Begins. Like, Hen is going to do whatever she can to get the job done to save someone's life. So
especially when it's her kid.
Even
it's the
more
added
so.
bonus of, like, she gets to be able to give her kid comfort.
Yeah.
In a very scary situation.
Yeah, so it's like it's kind of perfectly apt that Hen was working, because if she wasn't working and she wasn't the one working on Denny, it may not have ended out.
Like, who else would have known that?
Same way.
Who else would have known Karen's blood type?
And be able to do these, like, really tricky
procedures
in the field, which we see again, and that goes back into, like, that
improvisation,
exactly, which we see a lot again in the call specifically, because these are just, like, really smart characters, but to be able to, like, in real time assess and do something that is risky but works.
Risky business.
Hey. To kind of wrap that up, if that's okay. In similar vein, we get a lot of, with the Halloween stuff and the trick-or-treating, we get a lot of emphasis on Denny being the big brother, and he's got to look out for the girls, and it's a lot of this responsibility on an older sibling, but just, like, sibling relationships in general, which I feel like can lead us into Maddie and Chimney.
Oh, sorry, they gave Denny maybe the best line in that episode, and it was just so low key. I didn't notice it the first 2 times I watched it. And he's like, she's going over all the, like, basically don't talk to strangers and look out for your sisters, and he's like, it's trick-or-treating, not the purge. Like, okay,
the writing, just as an aside, the writing good. In episode 5 with all of, like, the kid lingo,
dialogue,
like, with not just the dialogue, but like the lingo in general, because Eddie's like, Chris says it's cringe and whatever. And then you have like we thought it was going to be fire Halloween and it wasn't. And just like all of this stuff is so funny. It is someone
I got to learn what Sigma and no cap mean because I didn't. I was living in blissful ignorance before.
I still don't know what Sigma means.
The teacher said it's like the cool kids,
it's
but
the
cooler.
Popular
and I'm
girls.
just like, but why Sigma?
Okay. That's weird, but okay.
I know.
I don't know because in the Greek alphabet, it makes no sense to us anyway.
I know. We're thinking about it too hard.
I mean,
yeah. So like that like sibling relationships and these like especially Hen and Karen have basically extended their family to with Maddie and Chimney. So like they're all this kind of like big unit now.
Because the 118 is a family, right? But like it's your extended family that you're very close with. But what we see happen with Henren and Maddie is that because of this situation, they've kind of become just like a conglomerate nuclear family. So it's like, you know, they don't live in the same house, obviously, but they were co-parenting together.
Very much so.
So, you know, just because Mara's home now doesn't mean that all of a sudden their relationship goes back to normal. Now they're going to be like less involved in each other's kids' lives when they like upped that. Like it's become the new normal for them.
Yeah. And you see that because they're taking G trick-or-treating. And even in 806, you know, Chimney and Maddie are talking about how G misses Mara, even though they see each other all the time. And then that kind of leads them into the family expansion pack discussions. So, which I think is how we said it in our bingo card. Just like in The Sims, you know?
Yeah. Another example of like how they are like that nuclear family now. They're taking a picture for Halloween of everyone in their costumes and their themed costumes. But Maddie are just dropping off G. But like Hen and Karen are like, come get in the picture. And they're like, we're not even dressed. And they're like, it's family. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, get in the picture. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think it's really nice that in such terrible circumstances, like they got to like build what it was already like a strong friendship, especially between, you know, Hen and Chimney into, you know, this bigger,
now they're like legit family.
Yeah. And it's I fucking love their kids together. They're so cute, and Denny is so sweet with them. Like I just love them.
The sweetest. Like also just like major props to all of the child actors. Like they are so, first of all, talented. They're so cute. They're so like adorable, and they do such a great job.
So this brings us back to the expansion pack that we're talking about, where Maddie is so funny because
Burl is too subtle.
I don't think she was trying. I mean, she says like, I thought I was telling you, but I'm like, I think you were soft launching this to like see where he was at.
Oh,
so like to
she
try and like
was,
because she was like, I'm trying to nudge you like warmer to the idea before I tell you.
She was doing research and development.
Because she's very excited and she doesn't want to tell him and have him
if he's not.
Just be, oh my God, I'm so worried.
Yeah.
You know? So it takes, as you would guess, almost nothing for for Chimney to get on board with the idea of another kid. And in true 911 fashion, he gets there through watching something happen on a call.
Of course, because like how else would he come to those conclusions otherwise? Yeah, and I mean talk about like cutest child actors.
Oh my God.
Ever.
Wilma Worm.
Oh my God. I want to actually read that book. It sounds adorable. Yeah, the call with the well, which we will get into in a couple different ways, but just the way that it was able to
make it stop. No, make it stop. The well puns. We'll get into the well.
I didn't mean that one. I just fall right into it.
Oh my God.
I didn't. That one I caught. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm just a well of puns. That one was intentional.
I think Syl and I should finish this episode by ourselves.
She's just gonna go.
Out. I can kick you out.
She loves having that power.
I've got the button.
I've got the power. There we go.
But yeah, so this one is not that deep, but it is a very, very cute. That was not on purpose.
Why are they just like so?
We're really going under, aren't we? Someone wake me up inside.
Why is it just so rich to all of these puns? It's so good.
I'm really mad because I did not do that on purpose at all. I was trying to segue us out. Anyway, I was trying to dig us out of the mud. Anyway, that was on purpose.
40 feet, you can't.
I know. Listen, I'm not butt coated for no reason.
Yes, Rachel. Share with the class.
Oh, I mean, it's just literally just a little aside about the well thing. During this call, Buck is like, well, there's a shovel. Why don't we just dig it? And I'm just like, you already tried that 5 years ago. It didn't work, except you were using your bare hands.
Oh my God.
That's all. I just noticed that he was the one that was like, well, there's a couple like shovels or something, like probably like more industrial shovel-y things. But yeah, that was his solution. And I was like, it didn't work the first time. So anyways,
I mean, to be fair, the solution that they found was probably illegal. But anyway,
he was
I don't think. Anyway, I just want to finish the Maddie talk so we can move on. Again, this is not a super in-depth thing that we need to get into as far as arcs go. But it's really cute, and then it's very sweet, and it is very moving, because you get to kind of see Chimney be like super unsure about it, then see him be like, he's staring at these kids, and he's like, oh my God, look at this big brother, and then he looks around like at his family, and they're all smiling at the kids, and he's like, yeah, you know what, actually, that's a great idea, and then finally fucking realizes that she's pregnant. I don't know how he didn't.
Yeah, it was. I really did love rewatching the Maddie scenes back again, because they are very subtle with it. But like, you know, when Chimney and Maddie are sitting down for dinner, and Chimney pours her a glass of wine and she doesn't touch it. So like the little things are there. The expressions that Maddie has on her face when you know, Chimney is like waking her up in bed, and they're like having that discussion, and you can upon rewatch and knowing what she's like kind of keeping in the back of her head, you can see more of her thought process of like, okay, how am I gonna like break this news to him if he's still kind of like, I don't know,
traumatized.
Yeah, that's the crux of the issue, right? Because she knows he's scared.
Their conversation is just like, we love to see clear open communication between our couples happening.
Talk about trust.
Yeah. So for him to very honestly be like, okay, like, I also want this, but like, you can't, no matter what, try and do this by yourself. If you are having any sort of symptoms, like, we talk about it, like, we're gonna face this together. I thought that was all great. But it was really what Maddie says back to him, which is like, you can't treat me like I'm a bomb that's about to go off. Like, I can't spend this entire pregnancy, which should be like a very happy time, like having you treat me like with not kid gloves, depression gloves. You know what I mean? Like, just treating her like, like she's a situation that needs to be handled. Sorry, Taylor Swift.
And I think like that whole conversation is so beautiful because it is this trust and open and honest communication between the two of them. And I know in one of the articles that, again, we'll find and reference, Tim said that originally it was just going to be Chimney's bit, but Jennifer Love Hewitt came in and she had a note about the scene in the script, and she was like, I think Maddie should have one rule as well, and this should be it. And I think that just made such a difference.
Yeah.
Because it really puts, again, the thing that we love so much about the show and the couples in the show, it's they put them on the same level, the same page, the same playing field and everything. So it's just like a very equal partnership in that sense. And I think it made it even more effective of a scene.
Which is one of the reasons that 911 is such a great show, is because it is a collaborative thing where the writers and the showrunner take input from the actors. So this is a great example of how them taking that into consideration made it, I think, a completely different scene than it would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling like if we didn't get that input from Jennifer Love Hewitt, we would have been left kind of wanting something a little more like mutual in that conversation. And just, again, speaks to how the prowess of these actors really understanding and knowing their characters, like they're real people. They're real to us. And then, so even amidst like Chimney's fears and some of Maddie's, I'm sure as well, they are making a concerted effort, or they decide together to make a concerted effort to let this pregnancy be what it should be, which is joy. And I think that's going to be so nice to see for them, that especially having this kind of storyline now, as opposed to when they were originally having G, and that was during COVID times, and they didn't really get to experience, you know, like the anticipation and the excitement together. And it was, I think it was, with G, it was so much more fraught with, well, not just
anxiety,
more, but like it was fraught with anxiety and fear.
Being isolated.
Yeah, and being isolated. So I think this is a perfect way for them to kind of not redeem, but it's one of those things that, you know, the show is giving them like an opportunity to revisit this kind of storyline again, but do it in a different way. So, and I can't wait to see like how their characters are going to deal with things a little differently moving forward with Joy.
Watch them name their kid Joy.
That's literally what I was about to say. I was like, who wants to take some bets?
Wouldn't that be confusing? G and Joy?
No. I think that would be really cute.
I think it'd be cute, actually, yeah.
Yeah. And they would totally do that, too.
Yeah, they would.
I know.
Speaking of relationships or people being in the same level, or in the same relationship level, so to speak, we have Buck and Tommy.
Well,
that was a good one.
They've shared some things.
They definitely shared a bomb.
Well,
what a great
wouldn't be the
anniversary present, you know?
Oh, God.
So,
take it away, Hen.
The moment we have all been waiting for happened in this episode. I think we just have to address it because it's absolutely insane. We've been saying since the first episode of this podcast, Syl.
Hello.
Syl gets full credit for this.
Syl brought it up, and then we've been talking about it, I want to say, almost every episode. That like, haha, what if Abby's Tommy is Buck's Tommy? Wouldn't that just be the most insane thing?
Ha ha ha!
They wouldn't, but
what a joke.
That won't really happen. Yeah, and then like
he did it. Tim Minear, he fucking did it.
Well, as we were like watching the season, and we were like, how is the plot device going to be plot device? We were like, this seems like weirdly a viable option.
Well, the signs were there.
It became more and more a viable option.
Yeah. But it was one of those things where we were like, but are we just insane? I don't know.
That's our answer. We're not.
We're not.
Or we are as much as
we're
Tim
just
Minear
as insane
is.
as Tim Minear. Who planned this since season 7? Because he is a funny guy.
It helps, I think, for me specifically. I was Tommy hater number 1 since day one.
You were.
And I was like, I do not trust this man. We'll never trust this man. He seems, or actually, better yet, he gives me the ick. So
the ick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I was just like, Buck, like, I mean, look, we all know that the whole my attention thing was,
We know why he's doing it.
yeah.
He's just confused, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I will say, like, still from the very beginning, you were like, I do
Called
not
it.
trust this man. I don't know this man.
And you were like,
and
you called out that, like, oh, what if it's the same Tommy? And then you were the first one who said they're direct I think also in the first episode
Yes.
Yeah.
that Abby and Tommy are
direct
parallels.
And-
Parallels, direct mirrors. Like they treat Buck so similarly, and they're also similar, not just in age, but
Oh God.
in the everything gestures to everything about them. And I
Yeah.
know also in one of the interviews that came out with Tim, I think he did say, like, did they have that in mind from the very beginning of, like, season 1? And he said, no, of course not. But when they got the opportunity to bring Tommy back, he was like, oh, well, wouldn't it be funny if we did this, this, and this? Which is like, okay, so this has been in development since they decided to bring Tommy back. So that's been a while, right? That would have been like early in season 7. Joke's on all of us.
Is it on us?
No.
I think we're in on the joke.
I think we're
Okay, that's a better way to say that.
I think we're in on the joke because we paid attention to the story he was telling, and we were like, that's a plot device. Well, here are the different ways that you could employ that.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And it just so happened that we were like, that is probably the most
would be the most,
wild,
and I forget who,
left field.
Because, like, especially like the last couple weeks before that episode came out, people were like, okay, but what if? And I forget, one of my mutuals said, like, okay, but what if they actually do this? And I was like, I will literally never stop laughing. And I haven't.
No.
It is a 24/7 reel in my head. Just of lulls. But anyway.
I would like to quote past me real quick.
Okay.
Do it.
I gotta find the tweet because this is a part of a long thread about masks, but
which was very good, by the way.
something about Tommy, the way Tommy treated Buck, blah 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 blah. But I've been saying on the podcast, and I'm gonna say this again: Abby and Tommy are literally the same person, and it would be absolutely crazy, and it would make me personally go into a spiral if this is the same Tommy that Abby mentioned being with. Therefore, Buck spiraling after finding out that information, I would not blame him. But I thought I was clowning, is how I finished that tweet. But clearly I wasn't.
You were not clowning.
No.
You
had your Sherlock hat on.
You really did. You, like, hit the nail on the head. You just, like, bravo, first of all.
It's that Scorpio not trusting anyone.
Yeah.
Being overprotective of people or favorite characters. And just listening to my gut, basically.
Oh, it's smart.
Yeah. You should always do that.
It's smart. So I think the way that I wanted to start this was to talk about, like, what is the crux of what Buck's arc is right now, which is that, you know, we did circle back to, again, he's in the same relationship that he was in season 1. He's back
on that hamster wheel.
He's not off the hamster wheel. The only hamster wheel he's off of is heterosexuality. Okay. His relationship hamster wheel is still
Same
alive
thing.
and well. Okay. He's still on that thing. But he thinks he's off it. He thinks he's off it.
He was off
because he discovered a new part of him. He uncovered a part of himself that it was like, oh, light bulb moment, right? That makes so many things make sense. And because he's caught up in the excitement of that, and because he is looking at Tommy as someone who is an older person who is very confident and now comfortable in their identity as a queer person, he's like, well,
now,
right? But he's looking up to him in that way, right? Where I think that's one of the things that really draws Buck to him is his confidence, because Buck doesn't really have confidence. Like he
has confidence in his profession.
Yes, but he doesn't have confidence in himself. Like all the cocky stuff, that's all part of the masks we've been talking about, right? So, and I think that while it's a light bulb moment and he's very excited to have uncovered this part of his sexuality, he also, as a bisexual person who hasn't even said the word bisexual out loud yet, has some insecurities around that, which is, you know, not feeling queer enough and not really knowing what he's doing. And he's with someone who actively is, I'm sorry, biphobic. And I'll get into that more later. But basically,
you're talking about the actor, not the character.
No, we're talking.
No,
about
I'm talking about the character.
Oh,
yeah. Well, she'll get into it. I know what she's talking about.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm not sure this has occurred to me.
Oh, you'll see it.
Anyways, you'll tell me.
Anyways, basically, Buck is doing the same thing that he always does, which is throws himself into a relationship. He becomes the person that he thinks the other person wants him to be. He loses his own identity because he is trying to like shapeshift into whatever it is that's going to make that person stay.
But it's always what he thinks that person wants and not necessarily what that person wants.
Sure. But
it's like
the crux of it is that he loses his own identity. I'm not talking about his sexual orientation. I'm talking about his personhood identity, right? You know, it just really plays on his self-doubt, his insecurities, his abandonment issues. So all of that plays into him just kind of disappearing into these relationships. And he convinces himself every single time that he can see a future with these people. And he convinces himself that he can do it because he's like, well, I'm making it work. I'm putting in the effort. So there's no reason it shouldn't.
Which is what we talked about for so much of season 1 and so far that we've gotten into on season 2 is he wants to prove it to himself and to others that he can hold up and maintain a healthy relationship as a way of like proving to himself and to others that he's worthy of that. Which is the same thing that he did with Abby, which is one of the reasons
it very much is. And he has the added pressure again of them being older person who is more experienced. And he treats them like a role model almost, like not an idol, but like
no, he puts them
on a pedestal.
Exactly.
Right.
He does put them on a pedestal to the point that he credits them for his I guess for his transformation, I guess, how he is in relationships. And like that's not I know Han hates this. So like it's not like he just credits them, even though like they are also the same people who also have hurt him in the past or ghosted him or left him has left them hanging. And it's just like, Buck, your growth is also yours. Stop crediting them. Even though, yes, they do play a part into it. That experience will be stuck with him forever. But at the end of the day, it's like Buck chose to grow in those relationships.
He wanted to be in a relationship. And then he chose to do all the things that, you know, led to that relationship and him being invested in it and all of that. Like, he chose to do all those things. It wasn't like he was just floundering and he was a lost puppy and she picked him up and showed him how to be like an adult human man who dates people instead of just like swinging his dick around. That's not what happened, but that's basically how he treats it.
Sees it.
Yeah, he was like, I was a himbo, and like this was the most transformative relationship of my life until now, because now he is not only doing the same exact thing that he did with Abby, but it's even worse because it's like this big part of his identity that he just uncovered is all wrapped up in this person.
Yeah, like he hasn't had a moment to figure it out for himself, and I think that's one thing that we love hearing from Oliver Stark's interviews is that he wants to point out that, like, you know, Buck's sexuality is his own journey, and it is not like, even though it's very interconnected in the story, like Buck's bisexuality as part of his character is individual from or not necessarily like tied to an individual other person. Like it's part of himself, and it always has been, and we haven't as of yet like truly seen him explore that outside of just like this one person. So like, while it is, you know, I'm not explaining this right, Oliver Stark had much better wording than I am right now. But
no, so I know what you're saying. I mean, I think what Rachel's trying to say is
please help me.
Is that while Buck is incorrectly, we think of our perception so far that is that he's incorrectly attributing this like sexual awakening realization to Tommy, and the way that he equated his like growth as wanting to have serious relationships to Abby. But Oliver Stark very much knows that that is not the case, and makes a point to say that his sexuality is not tied to a character or a relationship. It is his own. And if he ever dates a woman again, he would still be bisexual. Like, the fact that he has dated women before is very important to him being a bisexual. Like, so he's very good about, you know, just being a bisexual warrior, and I fucking Oliver Stark literally brings me to tears. The way he talks about
the nuance that he brings to the conversation is phenomenal.
Yeah. So basically, Buck, a TLDR, Buck thought that uncovering his sexuality was going to fix everything that was wrong in his relationships, in his love life. And it, spoiler alert, narrator voice, in fact did not.
Yeah, and
so that's why we're seeing him, you know, start to spiral, I think, as early as episode 5.
Yes.
He's already spiraling. He's already projecting onto this corpse.
Yeah, and I think that is how so much of Buck's experience in 5 in Masks connects to 6, because he is already experiencing this kind of like, I don't even know what to say a little bit about it. It's like he kind of feels on the outside a little bit, like he still feels kind of, I think he connects with Billy Boyles because he understands how Billy Boyles could feel so lonely. Even
it was literally like Red, like his storyline with Red.
Yeah,
you know, but with with a corpse now.
Yeah,
you know, the Billy Boyle stuff, I feel like we could talk about, but it's not like the most interesting part of what I necessarily want to talk about.
No, I
think I want to talk about more around that, the difference between like Buck and Tommy and Eddie.
I'm just gonna piggyback off of Rachel a little bit. Yeah, he does connect with the Billy Boyles in terms of loneliness, because I think so, you know, he's looking up all of this information about the curse and all of that stuff, and then sharing it with the two people, Tommy and Eddie, the two people he, you know, you've got a boyfriend and a friend.
Like the people he values or should value
the
most.
people he values most, and that, you know, he would think would want to hear about this and maybe share in that kind of experience. But it doesn't really go his way, kind of, because like
shun the non-believers. Shun the non-believers.
okay, well, look, first of all, Eddie, since season 4, I think, is a non-believer of curses. Yes. So that has been confirmed, established. Canon established. Mm-hmm. Leave him alone. Tommy, on the other hand, I mean, do you guys want me to go off? Because I can go off.
Or were we going to put that in Buddie? Or
I don't know where to put this. Because all I can say,
because I want you to go off.
Differences is like their reaction to this information that Buck is sharing.
I think it can go here because I don't necessarily think that like their reactions is
a Buddie
necessarily
thing.
Romantic. It is is just like a very direct comparison of like how a romantic partner is treating him versus his best friend.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Yes. Go off, Sil.
Okay. So Eddie, established reaction non-believer. He does not believe in curses. So, and then here comes Tommy, you know, after Buck like gets himself into the hospital because he got injured himself in a very stupid way.
He slipped on lube. I see people saying pumpkin guts. Well, it was lube, you guys.
Well, okay. I'm going to say it was lube too. However, the episode says pumpkin guts.
Well,
it was a mixture.
When you look on the screen, there's no pumpkin guts on the ground, so
let's just
anyway
go continue. Middle of the road. It was a little bit of both.
So anyway, he's telling Tommy like all the information about Billy Boyles, the curse, and everything, and how like he thinks he's cursed, and then Tommy's just very like standoffish about it. Like he's like, okay, like he's not like he's not interested in what he's not interested. He's not putting any really much care in what Buck is telling him. He thinks he's, I guess, kind of like, oh, it's like silly nonsense. Like, come on, curses. It's childish. Which we see later in the episode that he really does treat him like a kid, which will tie back into the whole Abby thing because Abby also treated him like a kid. Mm-hmm. I can go off,
please.
But to this point, I mean, we see other differences because like this episode, it was 5, right? Mask. So we see other instances where Eddie and Tommy were basically direct mirrors of each other. And I had a thread, like I had this whole thread on Twitter about how like, actually, side note, what inspired that thread was the way people were talking about Eddie and how like Eddie did not seem to care or show enough care towards Buck and was kind of
people were saying he was out of character,
and equating him to Tommy, and I'm like, that's not the case. First of all, there's the mask of it all, which we're gonna leave towards a little bit more on Eddie's section. But also, do you guys not know Eddie? Like,
he is a bitch.
He is a bitch. He is 100% a bitch. And like,
he's
snarky.
A lover. He's a child. He's a mother.
that is where my head went to.
Sorry, continue.
So yeah, like he's sarcastic. He's gonna be snarky. But the thing is, the difference between his treatment of like, you know, as a friend, his treatment of Buck versus Tommy's treatment of Buck is that this is an established friendship for years.
Yeah.
That's Buck and Eddie.
Like,
Buck and Tommy.
That dynamic has been established. And
yeah, 100%. Now, Buck and Tommy, that's only been 6 months. So, up to this point, up until what, episode 6. So, that was 6 months. They don't really know each other, and they still don't know each other, and they will never know each other. Bones. So, there's, sorry. I had to.
Don't be sorry.
So
it's great.
I think with the other instance, and I'll let you guys talk because I think I'm just going down the list. So the other instance is like,
you got this.
The other instance is like at the loft when Buck wakes up, he sees the boils. They call Eddie to come in, and like again, there's a difference in the way. I think there's more. So I think what I said about the scene is that it was more intimate. This might be in the shippy area, but like I think it still is, regardless whether you see them in a relationship or not. I think there is still a little bit more care and comfort because like Eddie, while he's still like, it's like not that bad. It's literally he's saying it's not that bad, like the boils on his face. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, you've got Tonka Trunk over here saying that, like, oh, he's like, I think he was trying to say something around the lines of, yeah, you're probably just stressed. There's a perfectly good explanation as to why you have this. You're not cursed. Oh, and you know, like, because of stress, you probably got it. I mean, I got a friend or cousin or whatever who gets stressed because of like tax season or whatever, and it looked, and he like adds in, oh yeah, it looked,
it's really gross.
It looked really gross. And then like Buck turns to him, he's like, oh, so you think I'm gross? So it's like a backhanded type of care. So therefore, it's not care. So, and that's what we continue to see throughout that episode.
Well, because the way that Tommy goes about it isn't care, because like with Eddie, it's care because not only is there like established dynamic between the two of them of like, you know who I am as a person, you chose to be friends with me, and you know that I love you. So like when I say the stupid curse or whatever, you know that I'm not like dismissing your feelings.
It comes from a place of
love,
deep care and love.
Exactly. Right. But when Tommy's doing it, he's not saying it like oh I'm exasperated, but like I'm fond, or you know, it's writing him off like it's a childish, just like he's being silly. And then it's also just him being right, like he wants to be right. So whenever he's like, listen to the medic, it's like, I already told you this, so like listen to him, like because we're saying the same thing. Therefore, we're correct. But it's like you're saying the same thing, but not at all, like in completely different ways.
Yeah, it's very interesting then, because I feel like so much of kind of any of Tommy's conversation with Buck kind of anywhere feels very Tommy-centered, right? Like he's centering himself for a lot of this. And we'll get into that with like the breakup specifically. But like, Han, to your point, where he's like, he kind of wants to be right, and he's doing this in a way of like centering himself rather than centering Buck, whereas Eddie is more like centering Buck in this, like as trying to like comfort and console. And the thing is, Buck kind of does listen to Eddie over Tommy, right?
Yeah,
because there in the very end of that scene, which I could get in, I would love to do just like a little mini-sode talking about this scene, this entire scene specifically.
Oh yeah.
Won't get into it as much as I want to now. But when, you know, Tommy's like, listen to the medic, listen to Eddie, he's right, Buck does listen to Eddie. And at the very end, he's like, whatever you say. Right? Because he was asking Tommy like, oh, he was asking both of them like, oh, it's not like, is it bad? Is it bad? And Tommy was like, not really. And Eddie was like, it's not that bad. They were giving kind of the same answers there, which again is like that, like kind of paralleling or mirroring. But Buck chooses to listen to Eddie specifically in that sense. And I kind of lost my train of thought there, but that is just like significant to me in ways that maybe I cannot fully articulate at the moment. But just the fact that like, even when they're kind of presenting Buck with the same kind of information, but one is a little more self-centered, one is a little more like, altruistically centered, I guess. And Buck chooses to listen to Eddie, which is what we see all the time, with
directly showing that he has faith and trust.
Yeah. that Eddie will give him honesty.
Yes.
And not so much with Tommy.
No.
Which I think is why maybe a tiny reason why it hits Buck so hard when Tommy tells Buck about, the fact that he was with Abby for so long when he was in the closet and was leading Abby on, which also shows that hasn't changed.
Oof.
Can we quickly talk about the fact that they filmed episode 6 before 5? Because I think we can see it in Oliver Stark's acting choices. Because
Like in the hospital?
Oh my god, the hospital. Tommy is telling him to go to bed. Like, I don't know about you guys. But I mean, I already know how I was outwardly reacting, which is like cringe, red flag, red flag, red flag. But like every single time I see Oliver Stark like look into the camera and is like, I feel like anyway, I just felt like there was a lot of, that episode was chock full of like disconnect. And
yes.
But like
the seeds were sown.
But I can see it like in the way, I guess, the way he projected his voice, and I think the one that really jumps out to me is when Tommy is telling him to go to bed and like basically infantilizing him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, I feel like there's like, I don't know, it was just not
like the man can act, but you can kind of tell.
So I want to defend him a little bit. Okay.
Well, this wasn't not like a slight against him.
No, I know. I want to throw in there that I think because like I just choose to read that as part of Buck's character. And what's
absolutely.
Going on with him emotionally.
No, that was funneling it into Buck's character.
Okay. So I think it absolutely is just Buck already before
type of way.
He's already like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right? But he's, you know what I mean? Like he's never going to say that. He's never going to defend himself. He's never going to be like, why do you never take anything that I say seriously? Why do you tell me to go to bed? Like I'm a child. Why
are you not interested in me telling you all the stuff
we've never
that
seen Buck in relationships draw boundaries?
I think he's kind of incapable of it.
Exactly. Because, again, he's trying to morph himself into whatever he thinks the other person wants. So I really think that those are like his actual reactions where he's like, he really is like, just kind of like taken aback by his reactions. And I think he's already starting to see like, okay, this is not, he's like, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah, like it's not on a fully conscious level yet, but like the cracks are starting to form.
Yeah, and maybe it is fully conscious, and then he shoves it down and is like, "It's okay." He doesn't mean it. Like he still cares. Like this might not be how I want to be cared for or how it's useful to me, but it's still caring, right? Because he came to my apartment and like set me up on this chair and da 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 da. So I think it was already the start of him starting to actually be like, okay, I've been in this relationship for 5 going on 6 months. How does this man not like know me? Basically,
so
is what those looks are giving me is like,
right. No, so I think I thought the same way at first when watching it. I think what really changed my perception of that was now knowing the fact that they switched the way they filmed it. So that's why I was like, oh wait, so maybe there was a little bit more of a disconnect, because I think Oliver Stark said that, I knew there was a breakup happening, we just hadn't.
Do you mean like by filming the breakup before the scenes in 5, he was using that to kind of inform Buck's reactions, kind of like post but ahead of time in the weird timey-wimey way to like help kind of like pave that groundwork a little bit. I think it is like fully intentional on his part to like utilize what he has already experienced as an actor and funnel that into the character to showcase like, hey, there are some cracks starting to form. So it doesn't like, not that it would necessarily come out of nowhere because it's in the writing, right? But he's just like adding that extra layer in his performance, which is like, it's very well done because it is like, we notice it, but that's because we're like hyper aware. But so it's like, it's still kind of subtle, right?
Yeah. And I think it also just stands out because it's not facial expressions we're used to seeing on Buck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why it's different. And that's why it's different. Why we pick up on it, because we're hyper aware.
Yeah. So I do want to make a note, I guess, because this wouldn't really go in the other sections, is that I know that they haven't made it canon that Buck has ADHD or it is on, any sort of neurodivergency that a lot of us...
Yes.
Right. But I'm just saying all these people work in the medical profession, like adjacent. You would be able to tell if this man has ADHD. And it is just so. And the reason why I treat that scene in his loft after his arm is dislocated, the reason I say it's infantilizing is specifically because of his neurodivergency, because he is in a spiral, because he is in a hyperfocus, because he is staying up late, because he can't stop thinking about this thing. And he's very much like treating him like he's a child who doesn't have autonomy over his own choices. Like, should you tell your partner if they're spiraling, like try and encourage them to like step away from the thing that's making them spiral? Sure.
But that's not the way that he went about it.
Do it.
Yeah.
And also, if he really cared about stopping him from going in that spiral, he would have done more than just been like, your 5 minutes already happened. Good night, Evan. Like,
he would have done what Eddie did, which is the here are some other solutions. You're probably all of these things can come from stress. Here is a practical solution that I'm presenting you with, as opposed to again, just like shutting down. Yeah. Like, just stop it. Boop. Stop.
Also,
it.
just like, don't tell me when to go to bed.
In my house, in my loft,
that I pay for with my own money that I make.
That apparently people. I make better money than you.
You can very much see in masks that they are not on the same page. Nope. They're not in the same. They
were
book.
never on the same page. I don't even think
they're in the same genre.
They're never in the same universe.
No. So
they're not in the same library.
And you can really tell towards the end of the episode in the hospital, and then, oh my god, that closing monologue when Bro is like digging his heels in I'm gonna make it work mode, but he still looks like he hates that man is there.
Wait, at the end of which episode? Sorry.
5.
Okay.
When he's doing his Billy Boyles like
funeral
eulogy,
thing.
Basically. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, but the whole Billy Boyles thing was projection.
100%.
As he is one
Always
to do.
Is. Yeah.
But he absolutely started to spiral in this episode, and you see the culmination of that at the end, where he's like, "I'm gonna, zipping it up, like we're gonna make it work."
Yep.
He does this whole, but what he's saying and what his face is doing and how far they're standing apart, all of that,
it's
so discordant
cognitive
from
dissonance.
each other. Yes,
he's doing something, but you can tell he's kind of like, like he is putting so much concerted effort into like this relationship, like, and it should be a lot easier. Not to say that relationships aren't hard work, but like Buck is doing all of the legwork here, right? And it's fairly one-sided from our interpretation, what we can see. Yeah. Like, he's the one that's like, I'm gonna make it work because I have to make it work, because how else am I going to prove to myself and to others that I can make something stick and make someone stay.
Yeah.
It's just the abandonment issues again, and the feeling unloved, and oh my God.
I do want to have it noted that I love whoever fucking wrote this line. Who wrote episode 5?
Hang on.
Is it
Taylor Wong?
Okay. Listen, it's so simple, but it's so pleasing that you were like, please lift this curse. And then they break up in the next episode because literally Tommy was the curse. I don't know how else to interpret that story for you.
Yeah. That's...
Anyway, hilarious.
I mean, it's just presented and all we can do is interpret accordingly, and that is kind of what is what it's giving a little bit.
Interpreting it accordingly and accurately, because if no one saw Bones, but Tommy Bones, I can't help you.
Oh, wait. The fact that he was on the couch with the skeleton pillow.
Hello, I saw,
you noticed that, Rachel?
earlier.
Where were you?
Yeah, I noticed that on my rewatch right before, and I was like, wait a second, have we like as a fandom, has anybody? I was watching, and we'll get back to the revival of couch theory a little later, but you know, for one of the things is, and I think we're seeing a little bit of a difference this season where, you know, we've always said like Buck doesn't really like decorate his apartment so much. We're seeing that a little bit more. Like we have pictures on the fridge now. And then we have some like Halloween-y decorations, and
because he's nesting because his child's gone.
Yeah.
Which I will get to.
Oh boy. Anyways, so you know, Tommy is just kind of being disregarding of Buck after Buck dislocates his shoulder, and Tommy is sleeping on the couch, and there are 2 pillows, and they're Halloween-y decor, but they're 2 skeletons, and just so interesting that
slow clap.
I mean literally saying Buck Tommy Bones right there, like
literally.
Come on.
I'm going to choose to believe that's why they had him on the couch armchair, well, and the couch theory, because otherwise why were they?
Yeah, because that's also the couch that Buck never wanted in the first place, and
oh God.
And to have 2 skeleton pillows on there is very subtle set deck. I did not pick up on it like the first 2 times I watched. And I was just like, oh, wait. And I'm not sure I saw anybody else talking about it.
I didn't.
So
that's hilarious. Yep.
Quite literally, Bones. So interesting. The signs were all there. Are we going to talk about the plot deviciness of it now?
Yeah, so we're circling back to the plot devising. So Abby was the crux, or the
ghost haunting the narrative.
She is the ghost haunting the narrative, but she is just the thing that starts
the ball rolling
in this. Just wow, his worst breakup, and that's saying a lot. So Buck kind of like spirals, which like I would too. And then he goes to like talk it out with Maddie, falsely thinking she was going to be supportive.
And I do just want to say really quickly, people who are saying that Maddie is like being biphobic and like not being a good ally and just being mean, when she says like, I wonder how many people Abby has made turn gay. And it's like, no, that is peak sibling talk. Like
yep.
And that's peak Maddie big sister talk, because she is always ribbing Buck, and she's always ribbing him about this stuff in particular. So it's just like, it's fine. That's their rapport. It's okay.
I think like, I mean, she does not, I mean, we don't really get to see much of it, but I don't think she's definitely not a fan of Abby. Like,
no.
So
because she came in like the aftermath of Abby. So like, I think Maddie dislikes Abby as much as Eddie, or almost as much as Eddie dislikes Abby.
I was like, he's number one hater.
I know, number one hater.
But anyway, so this starts Buck's spiral. It goes to Maddie to be like, this is weird, right? Like, I'm having a problem. And he's like, I think he's upset about how Abby was treated because he cared about Abby, right? So he's like looking at it from her perspective, which, oh my God.
Oh, Buck.
Can we not? This woman treated you so badly. You know this. But and she does ask him, like, are you scared that he's going to do that to you? And he says no. And I'm like, are you sure about that? I think you are, though, right? But he isn't going to be like, yes, my abandonment issues. Like,
no, he's aware enough, but I don't think he's like aware enough to voice that kind of thing.
No. Even if he is, I just don't think he is the person who would he doesn't actually like talking about his feelings. So he doesn't want to bring up his abandonment issues.
That's why he and Eddie are perfect.
I know. So Maddie is unhelpful. Hilarious, but unhelpful. And then Josh gives the speech, which is like
controversial.
Low-key hilarious.
It is low-key hilarious.
It's low-key hilarious, just like on its own, but then also just like the Ryan Murphy being
meta
self-referential of it all. Hilarious. And as someone who attended Glee fandom from the beginning, was just hilarious to me.
Because like there was a point there, and it's a legitimate point.
It is. It's also a joke. Like
it is a joke. Okay. It is presented in a joking way.
Yes.
Right. But I think the actual like undertones of what it's actually trying to say
is the time period,
legs.
Not the show. Right.
Exactly.
He's saying you came out in 2023. Tommy came out in 2000 or something. Yeah. You are not the same. He wasn't like at Stonewall or anything, but
which is what Buck makes it sound like when oh my God.
Maybe he thinks he was there. We don't know.
Does Buck even know what Stonewall is currently? I'm not sure he does.
So that's my one thing. My one thing about this, that I'm trying to make it fit for his character, and I think I have made it fit. So like, I think we all assumed that Buck would have gone on, his regular
on first
research
glance,
binge, when he realized he was bisexual and like learned all the things, right? And he didn't even know what a Kinsey 6 was. So like, he hasn't even done like a basic Google search, I think. So I was like, that doesn't make sense for his character, but I think maybe it does because of what we were saying earlier of how he's like wrapping this identity up and connecting it like completely, like attributing that to Tommy.
Yeah. So right. Like in his mind, he has, up until this point, he has nothing left to figure out because it's already wrapped up in a nice little bow. He's like, okay, I got it. It's part of that like radical acceptance of his, which is, I think, inhibiting some of his natural curiosity, which he would otherwise, go down like a little research, deep dive and finding this stuff out. But because he doesn't think that there's anything more at the moment to really uncover or discover, he's just like, that's fine. This is it. I figured it out. I don't need to do more research because I have the answer.
I also feel like what helped was that the people he chose to come out to were very accepting. I feel like he just didn't feel the need to
but I think
look into that.
I think it's a hindrance to him, not only because it's he should own his own identity, of course, but I think it's a hindrance to him in the ways that he doesn't realize the subtle biphobia that Tommy displays. Because he doesn't, I don't think he knows what biphobia is. I don't think he's actually labeled himself yet. So
yeah, that's the thing, because he hasn't really felt the need to look into things further. So he's just like baseline acceptance of whatever the heck this is. But yeah, when you're talking about like low-key biphobic, is this in regards to at the restaurant or
The breakup?
something else?
No, when he's mansplaining Buck's own feelings.
Oh,
to him.
again?
Yeah, again. It's a full circle. We'll talk about that.
I would love to
Yeah.
present that argument. Yeah.
I mean, do you want me to talk about the biphobia now since I brought it
Yes.
up, or do you want me to wait? Okay.
No.
I don't really want to like look up his exact quote right now, but the way that Tommy words it is he's like, what you're feeling is new and it's exciting, but it's not forever, which is like,
Who
okay,
are you to say?
you're explaining my feelings to me weird. Second of all, we're already starting off bad. We're already starting off bad. You're telling me that my feelings are just going to change because...
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Right.
Clicking.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is it hitting now?
Yes.
Okay, so then it just goes downhill from there. I paid really close attention to the wording this time. At the end of it, I was like, the award for most biphobic breakup monologue goes to, like, basically the reason he gave, if you want the TLDR version, the reason that he gave out loud was that Buck would get bored with him and break his heart.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And that
Is
biphobic.
The idea that like
Yeah.
a bisexual person can never be like settled with just one person and is always going to be like kind of looking.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
There's that, or
okay.
or him saying like, and or if he was implying that, you know, this is new to you, so like you're gonna want to go out and explore and like experience stuff with more people. Like also biphobic, sorry, because
Yeah.
it's still someone's own decision. Like what they do with their feelings. Like you don't automatically have to be like, oh well, even though I am in a relationship, I have now realized that I am attracted to more people. So I'm going to now go out and do that. Like,
Yeah.
that's
So that is to me connected to their date in the restaurant when the woman comes up to them and asks to take the picture, and Buck is just like super awkward because it is a attractive person, and Tommy's all like, it's okay, you can look. It's so mixed signals because he's saying like it's fine, but then he's also like using that as an excuse or as a reason that their relationship is not going to work. And that just is very like hypocritical to me. And I'm pretty sure I read also in one of the interviews, I think Oliver said at one point that in a deleted scene or it was cut.
Oh yeah,
that
the waiter.
That Tommy say something to the waiter, or did the waiter like hit on one of them or something like that? And
I can't remember the semantics.
But essentially Tommy was also doing the looking. So
I didn't know that.
Is, I forget which article it is. We'll find it. But
I was wondering what happened to hot waiter.
Right, because the actor was listed on like IMDb as a hot waiter. So that makes it an even more like interesting
point to bring up during their breakup.
Yeah, that sounds really hypocritical. Like he's fine with Buck looking and he's fine with himself looking, but also like don't because I won't be enough for you. I like Tommy was basically saying that like I'm not going to be enough for you.
That's not.
But I don't think it was coming in the same. It wasn't coming at it in the same way that Buck doesn't feel enough, sort of thing. You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying
similar
really
but
hard not to
different.
say something that could make us spiral, or that I'm going to cut out of the episode anyway.
Oh.
What's it about? Does it go in a certain section?
It is. No, it goes here. It's basically, I mean, I can cut out this one sentence, I think, and lead into what I want to say, because I was like, I don't know how else to segue right now, because that's what my brain is thinking. I think Tommy's a narcissist.
Yes.
He's a narcissist.
I mean,
so
that's
So
That's
this whole breakup
he's
was
centering himself.
manipulative and I think hurtful on purpose because he was playing on the things that Buck is insecure about in his own identity and in relationships. Because I think the real reason he broke up with Buck is that Buck asked him to get serious and Tommy never intended for them to be serious.
You were saying from the get.
A good time, not a long time. And long story short, it actually was a bad time.
It's bad time.
It's funny you should say that. I guess like I never, or maybe I did label him as a narcissist in my head, but it was kind of like, I think during the episode, I was kind of like, wow, you are so fucking selfish right from the beginning. Because of like their anniversary, the gift that he gave him, which was the Lakers tickets, which was the
Gift for himself.
It was a gift for himself.
Yeah.
But he gave it to him, and then he was like, I mean,
So I also think that was a test.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
And
yeah,
Buck failed it.
yeah, because he was like, oh, really?
So here's my theory. My theory is that Tommy either wanted just to fool around with Buck or he wanted to insert himself in between Buck and Eddie and become more important to Buck than Eddie. And he kind of realized that was never going to happen. And then Buck was trying to make it serious. And since he already was like, well, I can't be in the place where I want to be.
Which again,
I guess it's done.
Which also kind of like, I'm sorry, Rachel.
Go ahead.
Which kind of like proves what kind of leads into what I've been kind of saying since like I think the season 7 wrap, which was like, I was like, this man is, he kind of shows some jealousy, I think, with like Buck's connection with the people around him. And okay, sure, he wasn't outwardly like, how do I explain it? It wasn't like a direct jealousy. It's more like indirect. It's not outwardly shown, like towards Eddie, but like I do think either he was trying to insert his way in, and I think also you kind of see it in the. Was it masks? It was masks. So like in the hospital scene when they're all waiting to hear about Denny's like like condition, like where Denny's at, you know, he's not in that circle. He will never be a part of that circle, and I think he feels that way, and he outwardly says, oh, it must be nice, basically, to have that kind of like connection with the people around him. Like what Buck has is special. What Buck has with the 118 is like super special, and I think he said it multiple times throughout some of his 44 in his 44 minutes of runtime. So,
okay, I think to that point, like a lot of just reiterating what you guys are saying. I think there was like an underlying want to be part of the kind of community that the 118 has fostered, and also a little bit of like taking the opportunity that's given right in front of you. If we're also still going with our thought that like Tommy was kind of going after Eddie first, and then when that kind of didn't pan out to anything, pivoted to Buck and was just kind of like, well, you're here, and an easier target, or an easier, like,
you can say target. That's how I saw it.
Yeah. So like,
an easier mark.
Yeah.
What?
An easier mark.
An
It's
easier
the same
mark
thing as target.
Yeah. So, and that was also, and by pivoting to Buck, that also keeps Tommy in the, like, that same general circle that he would have gotten being around Eddie anyways. So I think it was all just kind of like a perfect storm for him to kind of take advantage of the opportunity when it presented itself.
So I'm gonna say this because I feel like I like don't want to talk about Tommy much after this episode.
No.
So I'm just gonna get this out there.
I don't think we'll have to.
No, I don't think we will.
I don't think
the
he's
plot
gonna.
device has been devised, and so
I don't think he's gonna haunt the narrative like
how
some
would
other
he?
people.
How would he?
He's bones, salted and burned.
I think that he was trying to date Eddie, and then when Buck lost his goddamn mind, he realized that there was something going on there. And not just because of Buck's actions, but because of how, like, he probably took Eddie home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was like, hey, that was crazy. And Eddie was like, oh, it's fine. Like, it's just being Buck. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't, like, upset.
Yeah.
Was like, I feel bad. Like, I've been excluding him. And then I'm sure Tommy was like, okay, I'm picking up on whatever fucking
sort
weird
of
thing
vibe.
you guys have going on.
Just like the
because when he shows
radar
up
was like, beep, beep, beep,
when
beep,
he
beep.
shows up at Buck's apartment and he says, quote, hold on,
quote finds the quote.
don't worry, I won't stay long.
That is the most plot devicey line you could ever.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
When
come
he
on.
shows
That
up
is
and he says that, I think he was fully ready to be like, I don't want to get in the middle of whatever's going on here, because he kind of starts to say that, right? But then Buck interrupts him and is like, I'm just uncomfortable when we are not about me and I feel excluded and I kind of go crazy.
Mhm.
And so then he was like, all right, I'll see where the hell this is going. And then because Buck was said he was trying to get Tommy's attention, and even Tommy was like, I don't believe you. But he was like,
we
okay,
were all
but,
like, what?
right? So, like, I think that Tommy got a fucking thrill out of being like, oh, if I can get
If he's
the attention that if I can get the kind of attention that he's giving Eddie right now, like if I can get him to be that devoted to me, that's a fucking narcissist wet dream.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's it. Because why else would you be so like kind of flippant with someone else's feelings like that if it's not because it's like, again, centering himself. It's kind of all about him. Their entire relationship is it's very much on his terms. It's very much about like him. Can I talk about like is this a good spot? Okay, so like with the Buck Tommy bones of it all, right? And in this episode specifically, there is a perfect like mirror image, right? Of how their relationship starts and how their relationship ends. It's the same elements that we see in 704 and 705 in 806 here, right? So I'm just gonna like list them off because it's literally the same thing. They don't necessarily happen in the same order,
Almost.
but almost. So you have them going to the restaurant. You have an element of basketball. First, it was the basketball pickup game. Then it was the Lakers tickets. You have Buck going to dispatch to confide in Maddie. And the second time is with Josh. That's the one that I added a little bit later. You have Tommy showing up to Buck's loft and then them having this conversation. You have Tommy making a decision about Buck's feelings and leaving him. And to top it all off, neither time they make it to the movie because Tommy bounces early. And it's just like, this is why he is a plot device. He was employed to further Buck's epiphany about his sexuality. But when you have a story like this relationship end exactly the way it begins, that's not bad writing. That is a story that doesn't really amount to anything because it's a moot point at this juncture.
I just want to throw in here for like anyone who might be like, oh, but like there could have been a better way to do this than with a plot device. There are plot device real people in your life who come into your life for just a little cycle and leave. I'm just saying,
Mm.
you're not going to call them this plot device in my life, but that's what it is. It's someone who came into your life and either something happened that
Transformed you in a way.
Transformed you in a good way or in a bad way.
And I would say that it is good story for Buck because he came out of this relationship with, you know, like a transformative sense of self, right? So he personally is leaving that plot line in a different place from where he started.
Yes.
Tommy is not.
Yep.
And that's the difference. That's what makes it's a closed loop. It's an Ouroboros, you know, like the snake eating its own tail, like starting or like ending where it starts. I mean, if you want to bring up the supernatural of it all, like having that kind of end where it starts, that's why it's so.
That's bad writing.
That's bad writing.
That's 15 seasons.
Yes. But because this is.
If they did that for 15 seasons, that'd be bad writing.
But because this is employed in such a tighter time frame, and one of the characters, our main character, right, the character that matters the most to us, that we have the connection with as a viewer, ends up like growing from that experience. It's still good writing. It's the rest of it that's just like, okay, that's done. That served its purpose, and now we can move on. That's it. But it's just wild to me, and I know they have to do this on purpose, because why would they have so many beats
they absolutely
the same?
did it on purpose. The fact that he was like, Rolodex, bring this guy back. Oh, we'll use him for Eddie. No, wait, it's too short of a season. We'll use him for Buck. And then he was like, oh, wait, wouldn't it be funny if it's the same Tommy, like, early on? Like, they've had this stuff planned out. And, like, the fact that they're writing stuff, like, when Buck goes and tours, whatever.
Harbor Station.
Harbor Station, thank you. And Eddie shows up. I think I said in a last episode that I was like, Tommy did that on purpose. Time that I'm, like... Anyway, but Eddie is like, oh my God, Buck. And I was like, wait, are you jumping ship? And Buck says, no, I'm just keeping my options fluid. Like,
there's so many ways to interpret that too.
I know.
Like both of those lines. Like, come on. It's meta wink wink.
But like
in the ship aspect and then like the fluidity there. Come on. No, this is also intentional, and it does show well thought out writing because they've
been planting those seeds.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know
42 minutes.
I don't know how to reiterate it any more than like because it ended the same way it began for one of the characters, and that character has now exited. However, that experience led Buck to have this this transformative experience. That's all that he was there for, Tommy. And now he's gone. He served his purpose. They deployed the plot device. Done.
And remember when I said whatever way in the last season 8 special, I was like, whatever way Dad chooses to deploy the plot device will be beautiful. It was.
Yeah.
So thanks.
Yeah,
listen, there's one thing I have to say. Because I keep thinking about that. It was either the finale that we were talking about, like in the finale when we watched it, or it was during our season 7 wrap. And I was like, I hated the idea of Tommy moving in to the loft or Buck moving in with Tommy. And I was like, Han, please do not speak that into existence.
I'm just coming up with scenarios in which to make either or suffer. And I was like, that would be a scenario that would make Eddie suffer.
But I think he's a little too busy right now.
Yeah. Tommy's gone.
Tommy's gone. Buck is gonna be going through it because he is gonna be absolutely spiraling because he thought that this was gonna he was like, oh, it's like, oh, I'm attracted to men too. That was the thing that was missing.
Yeah.
So he has to spiral about how he can't make a relationship work. He has to spiral probably a bit about his identity.
And to his like perspective, it probably seems like he is in the same. Okay, so from Buck's perspective, it probably feels like he is in the same place over and over again. So like he doesn't feel as transformed at this moment, because his understanding of that transformation, I keep saying transformation. You know what I mean. His understanding of this experience and making a relationship work because it was with a man as opposed to a woman, was not the thing that was not working. So he's not going to be. He may be sad about Tommy, but that's not going to be the root of the issue.
But see, he's not going to be sad about Tommy because what is there to miss about him? I'm serious.
Nah.
What is he going to miss about that relationship other than being in a relationship?
I don't know. Can I add this here?
Whatever you want.
Well, I don't think he's sad about Tommy. Okay. Actually, let me... And at surface level, maybe a little bit. Maybe. A very small bit. Maybe he's sad about Tommy. But I think that he's going to be more sad that he's still in this hamster wheel, or that he hasn't been able to make it work with any of his past relationships. I think that's what it's going to be.
That's the spiral.
And I think... I don't know if this should go in here, but I was gonna say I was gonna talk about like the whole Tommy was a distraction. But maybe I can get
Both
into
of our
that.
faces just like, yeah.
I think Tommy was a distraction, but I think I might save that for our buddy section.
I think it's safe to say that we can fully contextually say that Eddie's gay arc is begun.
Mama, a gay arc behind you.
It's not. It's in front of him.
Right.
He is on the yellow brick road.
Oh my God.
He's fully on it. Like they've been paving that path for a while, but they're literally shoving it down our throats at this point.
Yes.
Yes. And it's delicious. I would love some more. Thank you.
All I'm gonna say, and maybe it would have been too on the nose. I still wish they had. I mean, okay, the risky business of it all was perfect. It was beautiful. It was great. I still wish they had chosen a Queen song. Maybe I Want to Break Free, particularly, but
that would have been.
I feel like he would have had to do the dance before shaving his mustache if he did Queen, though.
Yeah. No, that is a good point. I'm still holding out hope that we're going to get our Freddie Mercury reference that was on our bingo card again. When like in the next episode or two, when someone's just like, what happened to like the Freddie Mercury look or something like that. I don't know. I still think we might get a reference.
Yeah.
But no, that was a good point. Not necessarily a missed opportunity, but like, yeah, that would have been really on the nose.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been, they could have just played I Want to Break Free in the background while they start that juice shop scene.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Would have contextually made sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the song I think they played, and you didn't talk about the music or anything. It was something about
I couldn't
like
actually find the.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but the lyrics of it are
like life throws you a curveball or something.
Life's a constant
curveball,
and I caught it with my face. But then you can't really hear because then there's dialogue and other stuff happening over it, and then once a hot priest is like, "Can I sit here?" and the music stops right before it stops. It goes, "And wake you from your sleep." Like, you guys are beating us over the head at this point.
Like, hello, wake up.
If all he had to do was like let himself experience joy, how is that waking him from sleep? What's he? Anyway, that's why I'm saying that we can now on this podcast, I think, say fully contextually the gay arc has begun. Like we're not theorizing anymore. I don't think we are. We can theorize how it's going, but I think it's
the evidence is just piling up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like at this point, it's like, how can you not? And it's a question of like, how can you ignore all of that to
say it's not going in that direction?
Exactly.
Right. I mean, like if you took this season out of it, even I would be like, then why? But like with this season, what are we doing?
I mean, and
what are we doing if not this?
And like in true 911 fashion, it is like heavy-handed, but handled with care.
Yes.
I think them putting so much of this kind of not subtle allusions to stuff about identity, stuff about like personal, like dealings with literally repressing yourself. A
whole speech about trying to look at something from someone's point of view who has lived their lives in the closet and had long relationships with women.
Yeah, we'll talk
unintentionally, or you know what? Like this stuff is too intentional.
Yeah, like again, you know,
there is no which could mean nothing. It means
everything.
Exactly.
It's not like super, super obvious, I think, to the people who don't, like the girlies who get it.
Mm-hmm.
But they are making it more textual that anybody can pick up on this stuff, right?
I mean, yeah, hold on. I have an example.
Okay.
Our friend Meg and said, LOL, my mom's cousin is general audience. Doesn't do social media and hasn't seen last week's episode yet. She told me she doesn't like Tommy and thought it was a different actor playing him from last season. She's 60 plus, LOL. And then also said, she also wants Christopher to come home already. And when I said, I want Buck and Eddie to kiss, she said, oh, yeah. So even general audience is Team Buddy.
Which actually kind of makes sense because, like, it sounds like that's something that she may not have considered beforehand, but when
presented with the idea,
or, you know, like a storyline that could lead that way, they're like, cool.
Things like just start clicking.
Yeah. Or like maybe if the showrunner very intentionally was like, let me bring up all of Buddy's greatest hits.
God.
Anyway, we'll get into that later.
Oh, God.
This is about Eddie.
We are always about Eddie.
Time.
Oh, Eddie, my sweet, sweet boy, Eddie.
Our sweet prince. Yes. So gay arc very much in full swing, legitimately. And let's get into that.
Yeah. So I think that he has subconsciously, he's not conscious of this shit yet, but he's subconsciously been realizing his feelings for Buck since 705. Because it's not a coinkydink that man blows up his life starting in the episode where Buck is like, actually I was on a date with Tommy. And he's like, oh, Tommy's gay? Okay, all right.
I guess I better not break up
weird?
with my girlfriend.
It's not weird. And then he's, you know, I think he's kind of like being normal and supportive for that conversation, but
still taken aback. Like it's it's something that he is very like was not expecting this, and I think he at that point is not processing it yet.
No, but when he's like, okay, but then what do you want to do? Because he, you know, Buck tells him about like the disastrous date that's all his fault, blah blah blah, and Buck goes, I kind of can't stop thinking about him. Eddie looks like he literally wants to fling himself into oncoming traffic. So he showed up at Buck's apartment, like with the intention to like avoid his
non-girlfriend,
avoid having sex with his non-girlfriend. And I think we were heading towards him being like, I should break up with her, right?
Yeah. No, because he said
but
that.
Then he was like, call Tommy. I guess I should go talk to Marisol. Like because he showed up there fully intending to like hang out and avoid her, but he was just going to hang out with Buck. But as soon as Buck was like, I can't stop thinking about Tommy, he was like, I gotta go.
Bye.
Like, that's not a normal interaction for them.
There's also a line where he was like, you and Tommy had the right idea, hanging out with the boys.
Boys.
This is a show, guys. With this kind of dialogue.
We can't make this shit up. We can't make this shit up.
And it's interesting then also that you have both of the relationships that are haunting the narrative show up very similar in time. Of course, like the Shannon Kim doppelganger-ness of it all happens first, but to have like
the Tommy Abbey
thing as well, and it's just like, I don't know where I was going with this. Something about Eddie blowing up his life after.
I was gonna say, so it's not a coincidence that he started blowing up his life right after that. It's also not a coincidence that they have him finally start to heal in the episode where they break up, even though he doesn't know that yet. He's gonna be doing even better.
That's something that will bring him joy.
It's gonna give 701. We broke up.
Really?
Really?
With the little light exclamation point. I know we're bringing too much of like season 7 into this right now, but
I'm sorry.
no, it's all contextual.
I just wanted to note it because I think it in the context of everything we're going to talk about, I wanted noted that like I think the three of us think that it did unconsciously, like he isn't aware of this, which is why he like when he blows up his life, he's never really doing it on purpose. He's just like reacting.
Yes.
Or like avoiding.
He is a major avoider.
Yes. In 804, No Place Like Home, Eddie is shown, I think for the first time this season, very visibly missing his son. Like I think we see it at the end of episode.
Well, we see it. We see it in 1 with the birthday party. But we don't really like catch back up to that in like 2 or maybe at the end of 3 a little bit, but like it is definitely a thread being woven through significantly in 4 and 5. Yeah. And 6, obviously, but
so he saves this cheerleader Weston. And the kid, he like imprints on this kid for several reasons, I think, and the first of which is that the kid is like basically fatherless because the father doesn't want to be in his life, and the kid calls him dad in the ambulance after he like saves him. And so
that broke my
heart. He imprints on this kid because for two reasons. The first is that he is looking at a kid who wants his father
around,
and he is a father who wants his son. But he's also looking at a kid who I think he sees part of himself in.
Yes.
I saw that too. We might be jumping. I might be jumping around here, but it's really prevalent in what is revealed in his confrontation with Weston's dad.
Yeah.
Because I think the whole premise of like why Weston's dad is not in Weston's life is because first it's the parents are divorced, and then second is that Weston is a cheerleader, and which is not typical in the whole normalized masculinity, I guess. I don't know.
And societally accepted as a masculine thing to do.
Because he mentions, he's like, I think my dad would rather have me on the team instead of cheerleading
the
for
football
it.
team.
Yeah.
Which I also thought was like a subtle, but like the stuff that always am like, is this subtle to other people? Because it's never really subtle to me. But that seemed like a subtle, like, wish I played for a different team. As in, again, a gay nod.
Yeah. No, I think that's definitely
could be taken. Yeah.
part of it. Yeah.
So Eddie confronts his dad, and and like the whole conversation really does feel like, I mean, Eddie is going there to kind of, I guess, trying to bring this estranged parent and child together because he is also in those shoes. However, it can also be taken as like a mirror to Eddie and Ramon. Because what we've learned about Eddie, like in the past, is that Ramon was hard on him when, well, either he was one, absent, or hard on him as Eddie was growing up, which is, you know, typical in a Hispanic household. Usually the dad is usually the one working, being absent,
like providing,
and then Ramon is also telling a 10-year-old Eddie to be the man of the house, which that's that great thing to tell a 10-year-old, because at that point you're just going to, he's not going to feel like a kid.
It's parentification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Eddie has all of that unresolved trauma. So I feel like, so he's projecting in this like father and son estrangement. But not only is he talking about himself and Christopher, but he's also talking about himself and his dad.
Yeah, that whole conversation that Eddie has with Weston's dad is multi-layered and written so well because it so perfectly encapsulates both, like Eddie is at the same time the son in the scenario and also the father in the scenario. Like he's taking up the same space simultaneously. It's quantum entanglement, where you exist in two places at once. And so sorry. So it is a very nuanced conversation to have because the surface level of this is Eddie trying to help this father, right the wrongs in his relationship with his son because his son wants him there. And Eddie feels the pain because Christopher didn't want him around, that he had to flee the state. So Eddie is is projecting here because he wants to help make it right. And I think if he, maybe on some level, if he thinks, if I can help this father-son relationship, maybe there's hope for me a little bit, to come back from something like that, right?
It would be nice if he took his own fucking advice.
His own advice, right?
He's like, you are the adult in this situation. I'm like, do you hear yourself, Edmundo?
Yeah, like I think, and remind me about this, because I think there are some very interesting small, like kind of almost throwaway lines that have a lot of self-awareness for Eddie. So it's like he's getting there, but he's on the path, on the road, but he's not there yet. But he's like slowly making his way towards stuff. One of the other ones is when he's talking to Hot Priest Father Brian.
Oh, and he's like a little too willing.
Yes. So I think he's trying to help mend the relationship because he is remorseful that his son doesn't want him around.
Yeah. And
this will help maybe provide some hope for him and Christopher on some level. But then you have that added element of the dad being like, I don't like that my son is a cheerleader. And Eddie's talking about, so you think your son being a cheerleader is making him weak. And this is where we get Eddie becomes the son in this relationship. And he's talking about, again, from firsthand experience, but his experience with Ramon and that, and this is where we get a lot of this, indoctrination of these very classically heteronormative beliefs. And because basically equating cheerleading with weakness being not heteronormative,
Yeah.
right? So by
not
putting
being straight machismo.
So by then putting Eddie in this position of Weston as a cheerleader who is being seen as weak, what are we being led to believe here other than Eddie doesn't fit with these norms that he has been brought up to aspire to and to live his life by. And you're seeing it's easier when it's outside of himself, right? Because again, he is aware enough to say, like, just because your son is a cheerleader, that doesn't make him weak. He is a very strong individual. He can also, I'm not sure
I feel
in
like
that.
he's talking about himself.
I think he absolutely was. I'm not sure at what level of awareness and consciousness that he knows that he,
I don't think he does.
I don't think he does either. I think there is something in him that strongly identifies with that, but he hasn't quite like opened the door to this yet.
I mean, there is a part, I mean, not to say that Eddie wouldn't defend a kid for any reason.
But it's when it's about him.
But it's when you're so strongly defending a perfect stranger about something so specific in such a specific way that it begins to feel very personal.
Yeah. And it's like, it's easier for him to come to someone else's defense about something like that than to come to his own defenses about that, because again, all of the entire conversation that he has with the priest about, you know, him feeling like a failure and not feeling worthy or deserving of forgiveness and everything like that. So that is very much playing into it before we even get that conversation explicitly.
Yeah. 100%. I really love that whole arc for him, and it's so important and interesting because I don't think we ever see before this Eddie get involved in a patient's like follow-up personal lives, especially. Like
I think this is the first time, and I think that's one of the reasons that makes it so
No. Shooting.
Well, what's her face?
Oh,
the kid.
But that with the kid in the shooting, the kid who's being poisoned by his mom, that is okay. That is connected because it's another reason that he is seeing and projecting, and because it's so related. It's very similar, right? Because it's so related to parent failing child, Eddie seeing this and also feeling like a failure himself.
Yeah, but I think I just see it in the way where he was still going through official avenues for that. You know what I mean? Like he was doing research outside of work, but he was going through official avenues. Like he just was following straight up with this kid and his mom, and then like hunted down the dad and went to his place of business. Like, I mean, that's how I was looking at it. But yeah,
I think they are like linked and connected because of the parent failing child kind of scenario. But this one is even more so because he does go so far out of his way because of where he is personally in his relationship with Christopher, and then also his relationship with himself. So
he does invite what's her face and Jinx to the beach.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it's not like the first time, but I think it is like besides the shooting one, I think it is like so poignant to
where he inserted himself into. It was just wild to me that he like showed up at that guy's place of business.
Yeah,
because it is like I was trying to say
a lot more personal. He felt very strongly about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess hopefully we'll either see the like calls with Chris develop where he starts to see that like Chris actually misses him, or we'll start to see Eddie be like, fuck it, like I'm the parent,
I'm going to Texas.
Yeah. And
right.
And I hope and I think we'll get to that point because like he is very astute in that awareness, like that at this point, you know, he is the adult. He should know better.
Yeah, and I think he's also especially starting to be like, my parents are a little too willing to take my kid away from me.
Yes, and it's that awareness that I think it's intertwined with his personal journey in this, right? And I think that's it's connected to his how he feels that he does or does not deserve forgiveness for it. So I think once he reaches more self-actualization in his personal journey, I think, and learning that he does deserve forgiveness, I think that's when you know, I am the parent, I know what's best for Christopher comes back into play again, and I'm gonna do what's right for my kid.
Well, I guess so. Speaking of the beginning of the self-actualization, take me to church, Eddie Diaz, I guess.
What a way to start! What a way to I guess start your confessions at that confessional without zero fucking context.
Him and Buckman.
Hot Priest was ready to call 911.
He was ready to call the police.
He was ready to call Athena Grant. Like,
he was ready to call Bobby. Yo, Bobby.
He has Athena Grant on speed dial.
I've got one of your people here.
I think you need to be concerned.
You put this man on suicide watch.
Our prediction from the Vertigo era, like
God,
coming true. No, oh my God, that is like, okay, see, this is another thing that they played very funny with very serious undertones, kind of like the Josh monologue at Dispatch for Buck. Like, and it's, I think Tim or Ryan said this in one of the interviews. One of them said this, that it was like a great way to catch. It's a lot of exposition, right? It's a great way to like catch people up. Yeah. And it's when 911 decides to do like exposition, they do it so effectively because they add a little bit of humor in. They give you a little bit of like, oh, here's a little bit of spice, so that it's not like just words and kind of boring. Right. So what better way to catch a Father Brian who is now named, because I guess they got tired of everybody calling him a priest on the internet. No, they didn't. We're still gonna call him that.
His name.
Yeah. So what a great way to catch Hot Priest up to task. In the worst explanation of a very complicated situation.
No one's ever accused him of being an effective communicator.
No. And this is why I'm going to give you the bare minimum.
Oh my God.
I lost my son. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He's not he's not dead.
He's not dead. I can still hear his voice.
With his dead mother.
Oh my God.
911.
Woman that looks like her.
Yeah, and it's like, and you know Eddie's going through it because it's like, how else would someone who's totally like divorced of that situation like
understand that context?
Understand that without any context. It's just like, you lost your son. Oh, you know, like with his dead mother, like, no, how do you not hear the words coming out of your mouth and being like, this is concerning?
Yeah.
So it's just like, it's a very well done piece of dialogue. Mm-hmm. And it's so interesting too, because it's obviously, it's very funny. It's delivered in a very funny way, but there's so much like gravitas.
It's such a good Ryan Guzman acting chop scene.
Yeah. And like,
because it runs the gambit of like very sad, hurt baby deer.
Mm-hmm. You see the eyes glistening with the ghosts of his past, like
comedic chops. Yeah.
And just like also great balance. Like as an actor, that was like such a beautiful balance of like, this is a very emotional thing, but I'm delivering it in a way that is like funny, but also like bringing up a lot of emotional stuff. And, you know, I'm sure there are very many ways that could come off hokey if not handled by like
there's a lot of stuff on the show that could come off hokey if we didn't have
really good
such
actors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
so like
it's the reason why the camp works so well is because you have really good actors who can carry it. It's great. Anyway,
911 as an entirety is basically just like crack taken seriously, like the AO3 tag.
Crack taken seriously, but the interpersonal relationships, platonic and romantic, are like so deep, and that's why you keep reading it. Anyway, back to the confession. So some important takeaways. He says 20. He like pauses when he's about to say how long it's been since this last confession, and he's like calculating. So he says 23 years. And since we're supposed to assume he's 30.
He said since middle school. So that's about 11 to 13.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
14.
Wait, how old do we say he is? Please hold.
Are we talking 91 or 92?
Well, I'm going to look at our notes. Please hold.
Oh, our official
timeline notes?
Astrological designations.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because I think it's 91 for both of them.
I think we did the same year. Yeah. 91. So
that would be...
If it's been 23 years, it would have been 2001, and he would have been 10.
Mm-hmm.
10, 11. Yeah, that makes...
Yeah. That would be like 6th grade. Yeah, that would be like just the beginning of middle school.
Is that around the time of like first confirmation or something? Communion.
If he's 10, well, I mean, you can do it from like, I guess, ages 7 to whatever. I think I did it at age 10, 9 or 10. Mm-hmm. So I had to confess something. And so did he.
My religious trauma is not of the Catholic variety. So while I can give you symbolic Christian things, I cannot give you specifics.
I also cannot speak to that. I am looking at it through a very Jewish lens.
So yeah, 23 years of sins. So I specifically am thinking just to like what we have in canon. I'm thinking that's around the time that his dad is like, you need to be a parent because I'm not here.
Mm-hmm. That lines up.
Yeah. So he storms out of there.
Yeah.
And he's like, actually, I don't deserve forgiveness. Like, I don't know why I'm here.
In Eddie fashion.
Yes.
Running away from his problems. Anyway, yes, Rachel.
In the most dramatic way possible.
Oh, yeah.
I did want to talk about that a little bit because he goes through the confession and he explains everything. And Hot Priest is like, here's your penance, like whatever, Hail Marys.
Mm-hmm.
And
10 Hail Marys.
How many,
10 Hail Marys, I think.
10 Hail Marys and something of the rosary?
I forgot what it's called.
It doesn't matter. Anyways.
Pray. Anyway, pray it away.
Yeah, just taken out. Still with the steel chair. How did we not make that joke yet? Thank you for writing that wrong. So Eddie confesses and Hot Priest gives him his penance. And that is when and Eddie's like, what, just like that? And Hot Priest says, you know, like, God's forgiven you and everything like that. And Eddie's just like, nope, I don't deserve forgiveness. I gotta go. And I think that's an interesting point for him to have decided to just like bounce, because he's taken aback by how easy it is to obtain forgiveness in the environment of the church, right? For something that, you know, we already know he has Catholic guilt. So for that to and years of that and so many different other forms of guilt, you know, piled on top of it. So I think it is concerning to him to know that like that's that's all this takes, like just saying I did something wrong, and then it's like, oh, just like a little slap on the wrist, and then it's like, you're forgiven, you're absolved. But he doesn't feel like he deserves it. So that going to confession and getting absolved in that way is too easy.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't take that because it's just like he has to like slog through the mud.
He feels like he needs to suffer to get that kind of forgiveness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So and that's why he decides to like leave at that point, because it's like, well, the whole going to confession for Eddie is, especially like kind of out of the blue, is a form of self-flagellation for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he wanted to be
he wanted to be punished.
He wanted to be punished. Yeah. And it was almost like disappointing for him to learn that like, oh, I'm forgiven that easily. It doesn't feel like I should be forgiven that easily. And that's why he decides to leave at that point.
So then we see Eddie go to a juice bar for what people famously go to juice bars for.
Juice.
Water.
Hey, it was probably cheaper.
Uh-huh.
That's the lamest excuse in the book, right?
Yeah. No, this man went to a bougie little juice bar, grabs juice because that's why you would go to a juice bar. And then is like, literally hands it to the cashier. She's about to ring it up, and he's like, oh, no, I changed my mind. And then Hot Priest is behind him like,
what the fuck, dude?
Talk about divine intervention, right?
Uh-huh. It's divine interrogation.
Yeah, it is, though. Tis a tis.
I don't even know where to start with this scene, man. I'm obsessed with it.
It's so good. I'll start. I think Hot Priest did more for Eddie in that 5-minute conversation than Frank the therapist did.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Well, I guess all it takes for Eddie to listen to a man is for him to be hot and blonde and flirt with him.
Fork found in kitchen?
Just saying.
Juice found in juice bar?
Fruit found in juice bar.
Fruit found in salad?
Well, I guess we can start with the pickup line? The lack of pickup line? No, wait.
Do you come here often?
The most basic pickup lines?
Which I feel like was purposeful to
100%.
gauge his response.
Mm-hmm.
Because this man...
People like clocked him.
Hot Priest can smell the repression on this man.
You're talking about Hot Priest introduced by Baby You're a Firework going off on his phone as his ringtone, not clocking Eddie Diaz. Do you come here often? Please. That was absolutely a way. Sorry, I'm getting very loud. That was absolutely a way to gauge his receptiveness.
And for Eddie to be like, oh, no offense, I'm straight. And he's like, oh, I'm so sure. And instead of him being like, I'm a priest, I'm me too, he goes, I'm celibate, which means that this priest confirmed gay. Love that for us who have known.
I mean,
so yeah, there's no way he didn't clock him. Because Josh clocked him too. Like, there's no, you can't tell me.
I mean, you don't have...
That's gay on gay violence.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I was just about to say.
Yeah. So anyway, he's like, well, obviously God has put me in the path of this very, very sad gay man to help him.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems like, I got to start at bare brass here. Just like... you deserve to experience happiness, which I feel like...
is an inalienable right.
Right.
Of humanity. Mm-hmm. Like the pursuit of happiness. Like, yeah.
But he really, I think...
The happiness isn't just being...
We'll get to that.
Jesus fucking Christ.
No, because that is absolutely what it. Yeah,
I think he really picked
thought it too.
up on the way Eddie talked in the confessional, and then his couple responses, and just like, I mean, that says they're priests. I'm assuming are kind of like therapists. You know what I mean? Like they're in public service and they are there to counselor. Yeah. So he read him well and was like, okay, this is the approach that I need to take to like, I need to be very straightforward, but I also need to be like,
why do you think that is, sort of thing.
The leading questions, yeah.
But unlike a therapist, when he's like, it's because I guess I wanted water. I guess she was the love of my life.
I guess I wanted your attention, but that's not neither here nor there right now.
And he
was like, no, you're trying to punish yourself.
Yeah, because a therapist wouldn't be, actually, this is actually what you're doing.
Yeah.
So, but he's absolutely correct. And Eddie's like, oh, you got me. Okay. So you
think he felt seen?
Yeah, he felt seen, that's for sure.
Anyway, basically TLDR is that the priest is like, I watched you pick up the juice. You put the juice down. You got water. Why do you think that is? Oh, it's because I wanted water. No, it's because you're denying yourself. It's because you don't think that you deserve joy. Right. And it's like, I don't think I deserve juice. Like,
what is the we'll juice get back a metaphor to that. For? Buddy. Oh, I meant like Buddy instead of Buddy. Anyways.
Yeah. But basically, he gets him because then Eddie's like, yeah, because I don't deserve forgiveness. Like, I don't deserve to experience joy. Like, I don't deserve any of that. So yes, I am. So I don't know that he consciously realized he was doing that until the priest pointed it out, and he was like, then he was defensive about it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's exactly it. Like I said this before. I think I don't remember if it was 204 or it was probably that. Where I think that Eddie has just been repressing just like generally so much stuff for so long that it's become second nature to him, and he doesn't actually consciously think about doing it or what he's repressing. And it's just like, do not look. That was when I gave that example of the cherry, me being allergic to cherry thing, where I was like, wait, maybe I have had this experience before, and this is why I thought I didn't like cherries. It's because I'm allergic, but I've forgotten because it's been so long and just like so ingrained. So I think that is what Eddie was going through, and this is probably why like Frank in therapy didn't really work out as well for him, because Eddie needs to, like, as much as it's good to like really dive into yourself and assess in that way, like sometimes you just need to be told what's what, and then you can be like, oh
yeah,
then you can work on unpacking it.
He needs to be bumped in the head.
Unpacking.
Yeah, because he has stuffed that shit down so hard that like he needs outside help to rattle it loose in order for him to look at it.
It's like shake it.
I really think that this like one fucking comment, even if we never see Hot Priest again, but I hope we do. Is Eddie's going to start looking at
everything,
a lot of things, and differently, and being like, wait, am I denying myself something here? Am I like, he's going to be looking and examining his life and saying like, okay, wait, what am I doing that is actually punishment that I didn't realize?
He's going to be Marie Kondoing his life. This sparks joy. Yes. This does not spark joy.
Yeah.
No.
That is the crux of that interaction. And then it leads us to, unfortunately, the death of Mustache, because, the mustache, the disguise, we have to talk about that.
Yes.
That's all. I lumped that all into one thing, right?
Because that's part of that is also part of the conversation, where, okay, so it starts like Hot Priest Hot Priest is reminding Eddie of all like the good things in his life, right? And he includes in that very handsome mustache.
Also, you're hot.
Hilarious. Yeah. Just like, also, I'm going to fluff your ego a little bit while I take you down a peg. And Eddie is like, oh, okay. I think it's incredible that this is what he's self-aware of, right? Or to an extent, it's like it's almost there, and he just needs to little like blink, blink, for it to fully come like to epiphany. He's like, you know why I grew this mustache? It's because the LAFD doesn't allow beards. Can be taken multiple ways, physically or metaphorically as a person. Anyways. So it's one confirmation that if he could have, Eddie would have gone full depression beard, which totally fair. Missed opportunity, but happy we got what we got.
Buck would have folded.
How has Eddie not been hit on by everything with eyes?
Most unrealistic part of the show.
I know, especially with the mustache. Like, come on. It's probably because he was walking around with a big, like, do not interact on his forehead. Like, do not have time for your shit sort of thing.
It probably was.
Yeah, so Eddie's like, I would have gone, like, full mountain man, like, depression beard, full send. And Hot Priest is like, oh, yeah, so a disguise. A mask.
He does it with that. He is a disguise.
Yeah. Another one of those like bonk bonk.
My brother in Christ universe.
What a missed opportunity.
My brother in queer Christ. Do you hear yourself? And you just looked at me
with those
and told me that it's a disguise.
With those moo cow eyes and said you would have done
moo boba cow eyes.
and said you would have
I really
worn
wanted
a disguise.
To grow a beard, but the LAFD doesn't allow beards. But I needed a disguise.
To hide from myself.
Because I can't look in the mirror.
Because when I look in the mirror, I see a failure.
Oh my god, there's nothing in that brain.
There's no, because what should be there is homosexuality, and he shoved that so deep down.
Yeah.
A priest is having to yank it out of him. The priest is dragging him out of the closet.
People.
Dragging him out of the closet, kicking and screaming.
Dragging him out of the closet, giggling and laughing.
Kicking his feet.
No offense, I'm straight. Oh, I'm a priest. Oh.
It's fine then. Wait. And he opens up to him more because it's like it's not
cool. You're a priest and you're celibate.
So it's not like a threat to that kind of anything, right?
Correct.
So
yes,
in his mind, safe space because I don't have to worry about
someone hitting on me. Even though he's also being all blushy. After the whole
and like
mustache.
making me uncomfortable for reasons that I can't understand.
Yeah. So the mustache is a disguise. Does Eddie understand fully what kind of disguise? No, Eddie is not aware.
No, he just thinks that he's hiding from himself because he sees himself as a failure,
and he does.
Yes, but there are layers of what kind of failure he feels like.
So many layers of failure that he has. He's
most prominent
so hard at being straight.
Like so like most prominently for him and all of these things that he is aware of and voices to, there are layers to it because it can be taken more at face value because it's in relation to him being a failure as a father and a failure to Christopher and a failure as a son and all of this stuff. But there's a layer deeper in the well, a couple feet down, where
40.
those same feelings are being disguised with the stuff that's on like the topsoil, right? So he has to dig a little deeper for all of the same reasons there,
So, the priest, the pretty blonde person who flirts with him tells him to do something and he goes and does it. He's a good boy. Anyway, so.
Oh, God. Wait, you make a fair point.
I said it earlier, but I'm saying it again because I think it's not.
No, about him like listening to him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the only way to get Eddie to listen to you. Be hot, blonde, flirt with him. Anyway, so he goes home and he does his homework, we assume. I don't know. We don't see him doing the prayer part.
I don't think he does.
I don't think he does either. We do see him shaving the mustache off. which is a net loss.
A noble sacrifice. R.I.P.
You'll be remembered, little soldier.
Eddie Stash. If you're ever missing the mustache, we have
Memorial
dedicated
service.
in memoriam. Go there when you're feeling lonely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Co-signed by Ryan Guzman.
Literally.
How is that real?
Still so normal about it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, so he shaves off the disguise. He looks at himself in the mirror.
And there's recognition there.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much nuance in his expression in that mirror. And you can take it you can extrapolate it in so many different ways. But there looks to be a sense of recognition, and I don't know if it's quite acceptance yet.
I'm saying there's a level of acceptance for what he sees on the surface, I guess. Or from the thing that he allowed himself to know that he was hiding from.
He's peeling back some of these layers, but he hasn't gotten all the way down yet. So
Listen,
I think
it's the
first
you
set.
keep peeling off the masks. There's another one, but
Oh yeah. It's progress.
Oh, it's the Scooby-Doo.
Oh yeah.
It's the Scooby-Doo villain. Yeah, exactly. And then what is he? He's like, okay, I got to do something frivolous that brings me pure joy. And he's like, what if I was just pantsless, alone in my house, in a pink dress shirt,
Dancing to old time rock and roll, just like risky business. What a gift that scene was, quite honestly, to us as the viewers, to Eddie as the character, and I'm pretty sure the entire cast and crew of 911.
And to me personally, because I feel like at some point these past couple of months I predicted or said something that he's going to do
manifested
it.
this.
He was going to do it. They were going to make him dance this season. I mean, I know Ryan said it at some point, but we were like, haha, yeah, sure. And then I was like, I don't know. And I think what really sparked that idea or made me think that it is going to happen was like the Weston and his dad, being the cheerleader type of thing. And like,
I do remember you talking about that, yeah.
And the thing is, I can't find what I said about that. And it stresses me out because like, I know I said something poignant, but I can't.
Was it in our live reaction for 804?
I don't know if it was in our DMs, but I couldn't find that small tidbit of information that I was like, I think he's gonna. I feel like, well, okay. I think in the TLDR of what I think I thought was look, Eddie. I think at some point, and I could be wrong. I think I might be wrong. So correct me if I'm wrong, or I completely imagine
are allowed.
Okay, so I think Eddie at some point said that I'm a good dancer. Did he say that?
He did.
He
did.
say that. Okay, so that running with that, he probably liked dancing when he was younger. Probably maybe liked it a lot, or a little too much.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe around the time that he was 9,
probably 9, 10,
or 10.
And
maybe,
I think that whole conversation with like Weston's dad, like the whole, oh, you think cheerleading makes him weak, I think could be,
oh, so you're cooking,
like, this is just theory. Maybe he had a similar like kind of conversation with Ramon, like maybe he's like maybe he's just like taking all the fun out of being a kid. Maybe he liked, maybe he wanted to go do some dance classes, maybe some salsa dancing classes, which is, I really hope this man knows how to dance salsa. And I mean this, I'm specifically saying, at Ryan Guzman, please let me know. Anyway,
please confirm.
But like, maybe
video proof, preferably.
I need video proof. I need to see you twirl someone around, do the whole like the thing, the bring them, like the take them out, bring them back in. I need to see all that. But anyway, but yeah, my point being, like, he probably won't. Maybe Eddie at a younger age really wanted to dance. Maybe wanted to like do dance classes. Maybe, and that's also kind of why, like, it kind of aligns with what Ryan has said in interviews, that maybe he's not like the best dancer, but like he still got his moves.
Passion.
He still has his moves because he liked to do that when he was younger. Maybe he did it in secret as well. So like,
so mad because I saw I saw like a GIF or something earlier of that. Yes. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, so 505. Yes. No, you're so cooking still. That that actually makes so sense. That would like connect. That will connect dots because it's like, I know it's an offhand line, but we know that offhand lines,
they come back around.
Yeah.
Anything. And we also know that Timberly Minear really likes to write things that are true about Ryan Guzman into Eddie's character.
I'm pretty sure Ryan has said in one of these many interviews that like Tim had been trying to get him to do something like to dance for Eddie as a character in some way for a long time. We know that Tim loves writing things for Ryan that's like related to his real life or in his wheelhouse. And this was a great, perfect opportunity to employ that.
Yeah, but it
fits with the character.
Much more meaningful that the first thing he did that is frivolous and brings him pure joy is dancing, right? Because I feel like that's not meaningful.
Yeah.
Because we know that he denies himself joy. He denies himself things for a myriad of reasons, and compet, all of that, the machismo, the Catholic guilt, all of that. So the dance, and if he was told that he couldn't do it anymore, or if his father ridiculed him for it, or someone ridiculed him for it, it would so make sense if his dad like ridiculed him for it though, and that would be like why he like so connected.
Yeah, why he took the whole Weston and his dad thing like
Weston
super
thing.
personal.
So personally.
That would connect all the dots actually.
And also,
not to say that there's not other ways you could do it, but that, like, it would actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah. No, something was just kind of occurring to me too, just like the whole recreating the scene from Risky Business also implies a lot about Eddie's character as well. That he's a little like movie nerd a bit, and also took the time to memorize that dance. Because again, I know they were saying in the interviews they were going kind of shot for shot, but not necessarily like Eddie's the perfect dancer, but they were emulating the shot for shot of the movie. But like, let's be real, we know he's a good dancer, and we could tell. Like, you can't fake that. You can't make it look bad on purpose that well. So first of all, but also the whole thing about Risky Business, the main character, the young Tom Cruise's character, his parents are out of town. And so he takes this opportunity to indulge in a lot of stuff that he was told explicitly or non-explicitly that he shouldn't do or is not good to do, and gets into a lot of trouble and shenanigans and everything like that. But I think that is one of the most important parallels. It was Tom Cruise's character. I forget the name of the character at the moment. Parents are away. Kid must play. And that feeling of unencumbered, just like
that would fit
being
perfectly.
Alone in your skin and just like doing what you want to do without anyone else telling you yes or no. Talk about like frivolity and stuff like that. So I think that's the connection why it was Risky Business.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We've cracked it. Once again, Syl cracked it.
Yay!
Yay. I just want to list off, I think, a couple parallels or symbolic things for Eddie before we get into Buddie that I think I missed. In Masks, when he is sitting as, the worried, lovingly exasperated spouse next to Buck. And he's reading a swimsuit, like Sports Illustrated
reading. He is
like,
flipping
style.
through without looking at.
And he's barely flipping through it. And like we see him struggling, like once they like pan to him. He's like trying not to look at Buck. That's another thing that I did want to say, is that he's denying himself joy, right? And this season we're noticing that he is not looking at Buck, or like not making as much direct eye contact too, or like he's looking But Buck looks up and then he looks away.
We're seeing a lot of that. And there's a lot of like...
But we see him actively trying not to look at him here. And then he's like, I cannot look at my shirtless best friend with great tits. I have to look at the women here. I'm totally looking.
Also to that effect, we see a lot of Eddie specifically not looking at Buck in these in I think masks specifically, because also like at the 118 in the kitchen when Buck comes up to him still with the boils, and Eddie is like, the blocking for that scene is really interesting because yes, it's played off like Eddie doesn't really want to look at him, but
he had no problem looking at him before. He had no
problems before. But so it's just like very interesting that he's like purposefully like, you know, turned away. And then there's also when they're in the hospital waiting room at the very end, and Eddie's, you know, with his candy and the ring pop, and not looking specifically at Buck. But even when he's not looking at Buck or like purposefully not meeting his gaze, he is still so aware of Buck and everything that he's doing, like even without looking directly, because you know, at the bedside he's just like, yeah, I heard this story before, like don't ask, at the station when they're talking in the kitchen, he's just like he just knows Buck's expressions and like hands him out the $5 and is not looking at him and still is holding it out because he knows Buck's going to take it at some point. And then in the waiting room, he is not looking at Buck, but he knows that Buck was still like itching or scratching or whatever like that. It's that like unconscious awareness even without having to look. So that's interesting. Could mean nothing.
This one just made me lull in the call that they took from season 7 to put at the beginning of 806, with the woman who has her mother-in-law's ashes.
Oh yeah.
She says, "I'm done living in Doris's shadow, the dead mother," and that made me, I think, do some sort of weird squeaky laugh when they said that line.
No, I think there was something like Shannon-y about all of this as well. And I think I didn't pick up on that part, but I did pick up like on the woman having a very difficult relationship with her mother-in-law, which we know Shannon had as well. And also anytime there's someone wearing a florally flowy shirt, I'm going to think of Shannon. And that was her wardrobe, this lady's wardrobe. So yeah, it felt Shannon coded to me.
We actually did hit most of these. We did not specifically talk about his Wolfman costume being a disguise in more than one way.
Eddie goes as the Wolfman for the Halloween festival fun house, whatever it's called. And so interesting many different ways, because now looking back, we know that he wanted to go full mountain man. So this was his way of achieving that, I think. And also just Wolfman, werewolves, so queer coded. I don't think I have to explain that. Something about like transforming,
have to hide who they are from society.
Transformations. Yeah, just so that's really, really interesting.
I think we hit the rest of these. So, Buddie. I guess I'll start this out with what I wrote here, which is kind of like a thesis statement of a true thing. So I think we have talked about this so many times on the show, but I think it's no more obvious than like in present times, especially, that like Buck and Eddie are their truest selves when they're with each other.
Absolutely.
For so many reasons that we have especially listed in this episode about how Buck, I wrote, bends like a willow to his significant other's wins. And Eddie's always trying to become someone else because he doesn't want to be himself. But all of that fades away when they're together.
Yeah. They feel the most comfortable in themselves selves when they're around each other. Yeah, we've gone through that a lot.
I can't believe they canonically have, for literally no reason other than for the laughs, Buck handing Eddie lube while saying lube flying in. That's a thing we did.
That was out of pocket.
Sure was.
Even for them having
Tight end.
Like for that we have back in the hospital bed when Buck is relaying this whole story to Tommy, right? And when he finishes, Tommy pauses and is like, "Is there a twist coming?" And then it pans to Eddie.
Also out of pocket.
Oh, that whole scene is out of pocket. Actually, that whole episode, Eddie is haunting their narrative.
100%.
Actually, would you say Masks is out of socket?
Oh, God. All right, we already mentioned this, but both Buck and Eddie are getting haunted by their most quote-unquote transformative relationship currently. What a coincidence. We have Peephole Eddie looking at Buck at the end of the episode. I love how we didn't even touch that in Buck or Eddie's portions because we were like, this has to go in Buddy section. But it looks like a confessional when he's looking through the people at Buck.
It's framed in the same way that the confessional framed Eddie
shot. Yeah. So this leads us to believe that it's foreshadowing that Eddie is going to realize / confess first.
Seems likely. Eddie is having his moment of experiencing pure joy. Love that for him. And then Buck, who has fresh out the slammer, fresh off his breakup, rings the doorbell, which is unusual for them, but comes in to Eddie's house. They don't say a word. They just walk right in, hands Eddie a beer. Buck sits on the couch. Eddie looks at the beer, is like, okay, and then like walks over the couch and sits on the couch with Buck, okay. And they experience this moment of like quiet comfort together.
I gotta talk about why Eddie felt the need to just fling the door wide open.
It's because he saw it was Buck first.
Sure, wide open. But then he stood there.
It's like, yeah,
in his tighty whities, and gave him the like what you see nod. Like, what are we doing here?
Know.
Like a
stand the fuck up.
Like, hey. What does this mean?
He's like, it's like, I see you're depressed. Does this cheer you up at all? Like, what are we doing here?
I've never. Buck, have we ever seen Eddie nod to him like that? Like,
no,
especially not pantsless.
Continuing on,
pantsless with his front door wide open. Just
as one does.
I can't even touch the symbolism in that. That's
it's something about vulnerability.
Well, yes, but I'm the wide open door.
That too, letting him in.
He's keeping his options fluid. He's wide open. Anyway, but yes, then Buck is like, he's dissociating. He probably shouldn't have driven the way he looks, but he walks in with a 6-pack, like doesn't even like hand it to him. I think he like presses it to his chest almost, and he takes it, and then he stares at it. Eddie stares at the bottle and is like, and he's still smiling.
Yeah, he's in his own little smiling, like joyful world.
It's in his joy era.
Yeah, he's like, this isn't juice, but this'll do.
And then instead of walking around his couch like we've seen him do like a normal person for ever, he steps over it,
onto it, over it,
almost like he's gonna be overcoming some hurdles. To get to Buck. Interesting. And then he sits down next to Buck on the couch. Oh, we're so back. We've never been more back. He sits next to him on the couch and he's still pantsless.
Welcome back, couch theory. Yeah, and it's interesting because they're both obviously like very much going through their own stuff, like separately, but and this is, I think, the moment that Oliver Stark has mentioned in a couple past interviews about this moment that Buck and Eddie are able to share with each other without like saying a word and being there for each other without communicating verbally, which is something that they're so known to do. They don't need the verbal communication. They just need the other one's presence and to know that they're there, even though they're totally going in like opposite poles of existence right now. Like, and I think the streets are saying that this is the first time we actually see Buck and Eddie on Eddie's couch together. Like, Buck has been on Eddie's couch and Buck and Chris have been on Eddie's couch, but not the two Buck and Eddie on Eddie's couch together. Which is also an interesting moment too. Couch theory is alive and well. What can we say? Especially knowing now with the skeleton pillows over on Buck's couch,
and knowing
that's hilarious.
That the writer who originated couch theory wrote this fucking episode.
Andrew Myers. I mean, you know what you're doing. The couch is a metaphor.
Quite literally.
Yeah. And so we see them both in like very different places mentally, but they're able to still like hold space for each other. Because that's just what Buck and Eddie do.
I could talk about that forever, but I think we could probably do a mini episode on most of the stuff here. So like, leave a comment or reply on social media, skywriting,
what do you
whatever.
Want to see first? Skywriting.
Let us know what you'd like to see. Let's go into more detail on. But yeah, so couch theory is so back. That leads us to color theory. So, breakup green, which is actually my favorite color. Like, I'm not, no lie, this is my favorite color. Yeah, so breakup green is actually confirmed now. Like,
wild. I think that was also kind of a little in jest, like hee ha ha, it's breakup green, because it's the same color that Buck wore in the breakup with Taylor. That was right. Let it not go unsaid that the wardrobe department doesn't know what they're doing, because they know.
Oh, they're doing
they are so aware. They're like, yes. Yeah, so we have Buck in his breakup green, two breakups, two greens, and then like on the couch we have Buck in this like dark color, and then Eddie is wearing a lot lighter, like that light pink from the color from the Risky Business dance. And what did you put the Pink Pony Club?
Oh yeah. But I was going to talk about that light dark thing because it's directly paralleling episode 301. Like it's paralleling the colors that they were wearing and the mental states.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that resurfaces. But yeah, so Eddie's wearing this like lighter color, this kind of pink. And when was the last time we saw him in pink? Kind of letting loose. It was the karaoke
also doing his
party. Yeah, that's
whatever
just his
move that is.
Go-to dance move, I guess.
The whiplash.
Gotta shake those bad thoughts out.
Shake the gay thoughts out of your head.
Shake it off. Anyways, and then what I am dubbing Buddie Brown, and that's literally, I have nothing to base this off of. They're both wearing a lot more like neutral colors, like simultaneously, at the same time.
We haven't figured out what it means yet, but we'll let you know when we know.
Just like keep an eye out. I think you heard it here first. Buddie Brown. I don't know.
What does it mean? You decide. Here, since we were just talking about the ending and the couch, this is a Athena parallel. When Bobby is telling Eddie?
Yeah.
About him and about how him and Athena got together. And he says, quote, "I wasn't at my best at the time. I needed to take a minute, and she sat with me." And then said eventually asked her to go to church, and we prayed together, and then yada, yada, yada. But going through a really hard time, like needed a minute, and like she just sat there and comforted me and
held space.
Yeah, exactly. oh, Josh's speech at Dispatch is about Eddie, not about Tommy. I really think that they used that as a plot device to further set up bringing Eddie out of the closet for the general audience.
Because why else would you bring up another queer man who was engaged, almost married to a woman? Like, I know we've talked about it in relation to, they've done it before with Michael in the pilot episode. So to bring that back around again in another example, so it's like they're making it relevant again, and I can't help but think that, you know, patterns happen in threes, especially with art, any kind of like art or any kind of like visual, like TV, movies, stuff like that. So you've got Michael now, you've got Tommy, who's going to be third. I wonder.
I also feel like just listening to that speech and like all of the leading questions that Josh was doing there. Sure, the topic's Tommy, but I mean, like, all of those can be filled with how Buck would feel about Eddie. Buck loves Eddie, so I mean, so there's that.
I think it's for the audience, but it's also priming Buck to understand
that too,
Eddie, because we don't know obviously anything that's going to happen. We're just like conjecturing anything from contextual clues. I think how he reacted to Tommy in this episode would be indicative of how he could possibly react to Eddie coming out. Like, not completely, but I think it would confuse him if he still hasn't like done more research on, you know,
that
queer
he
culture,
will
queer
probably
identity,
do during his spiral
of other people.
Yeah.
So I think this was priming the audience and priming Buck to make him understand like why,
like how someone could do that if
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Buck is very radical acceptance, you know, learns something new about himself, embraces it, did not understand where the fuck Tommy was coming from. And like, Josh did help him understand that, but I was like, this is literally, I remember when we were watching it, I was like, this speech is really weird. I was like, what are we trying to say here? And then it took the internet telling me, I think, that it was about Eddie, and I was like, right. Or wait, did I realize that one on my own? I can't remember.
I think you realized that on your own.
I did. Yeah, because a lot of people were like, I didn't like it. And I kind of understand, because like my reaction was also like, why? Something about it. I was like, whenever I don't understand something right away, I'm like, I need to dissect it until I understand it, or it's really going to bother me. So that's what I did with that. And once it made sense, I was like, it doesn't bother me anymore.
It's also because, I mean, for me, when I was first watching it, I felt like this could go either Buck Tommy Bones on Buck's side, or this could make him do exactly what he did.
Exactly what he did. Yeah.
It was really off-putting. It was almost kind of like Bobby's advice, almost. Except more tailored to the actual subject and situation. Yeah, no, I thought it was weird, but I think it's better looking at it in the lens of this being actually about Eddie, and because that 100%. Was my second or third thought, I think, while watching it, because I'm like, I'm thinking about Eddie, and I feel like there was another instance where I was also thinking about Eddie. I don't know if it was
because everything is actually about Eddie. They told us that in Buck Bother Bewildered. So if you're ever looking at something between Buck and Tommy and you're like,
this doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. Just be like, it's about Eddie. Because it always is. Like, I can't think of a single example where he's not literally haunting. Not even haunting, because he's alive. He's actively there. Just like, I am also here.
Eddie is just running through Buck's mind like 24/7.
I think I said this somewhere on Twitter, right? Especially during Masks, I said that Eddie is kind of like in the middle of their relationship, but in actuality, it's Tommy who's in the middle.
It's Tommy.
Yeah.
Who's trying to be, but he is not. So he's just like kind of ends up being on the periphery, which is where he started, which is where he doesn't want to be, which is why he just like gave up when he realized he couldn't get in there, and then also anyway.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about Tommy anymore. I mean, I said I don't want to talk about Tommy anymore, but I'm your first, but I'm not your last. Like when I take away the biphobia of all of his little monologue there, I'm like, oh, this is literally just about Eddie.
Yeah.
Again.
And I love the inclusion there of Buck saying like, yeah, but you could be, and Tommy says like, yeah, but that's not usually what happens.
Right.
Which still helps set up it may not be everybody, but like, let's be real.
I gave like a TLDR of what happened in this episode to our friend who does not watch the show or know anything about it really. In context, she did ask us like, did your guys kiss or whatever, and when I told her the I'm your first, not your last, she went, LOL, what a romance movie line. The tropes just keep coming, holy smokes. That's some Sandra Bullock shit right there.
Such an astute observation. Also, to just like lump into the whole rom-com network TV slow burn romance sort of situation, this is like, it's a very kind of typical scene to see like the two characters who are kind of like will they won't they sitting together like sharing a beer or something.
Yep. I was gonna list examples, but I ran out of time.
I know it's happened for a bunch of them. Like
I'm sure someone on Tumblr like made a thread about it or something. I'm certain.
Like I know it happened on like Bones with Booth and Brennan, X-Files, like
yeah, classic stuff.
Do you think that that's gonna set up, or it probably already is? It's setting up Buck's spiral. But I also think that in the instance that Buck and Eddie do get together, because I think part of it was, I kept thinking, wow, Tommy, I don't think, obviously Tommy didn't handle this breakup very well when I don't, when I read that, I don't, because I feel like that's going to be like one of these like hurdles or conflicts that they are going, like when Buck and Eddie do get together, that's one of the things that they're going to have to jump over. The whole being, that I could be Eddie's first.
The first and last thing.
Yeah.
That's
because now
possible.
Buck will have that in his head and he'll be like, no, it can't
like
happen.
Emotional warfare on this man, like a true narcissist, like on his way out, just dropping that. Okay, anyway, we missed a key part talking about couch theory. In the frame, it's them on the couch, and in between them is the mantle, and on the mantle is Christopher, a picture of him. Or pictures. That's really important too.
Yeah, like the framing of the scene has both Buck and Eddie like on either side of the couch, but further like back in the frame there is a picture, and it is of Christopher. Very much, I wouldn't say Christopher's haunting the narrative necessarily, but like it's the unsaid. It is the unsaid thing.
It's the elephant in the room.
I don't think up until this point, Buck and Eddie have actually had a conversation about Christopher, beyond Buck being there at like the little birthday party, but they didn't really like communicate to each other about any of that stuff. So that will be interesting.
Haven't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Talked about Chris.
They haven't communicated to each other about it. How they're.
We see Eddie talking to other people about Chris, but we don't see him talking to Buck.
No,
about Chris at all. The only time like Buck is there while like for the birthday party, obviously, but like he's still not talking to
Buck about Chris,
Chris,
which is
and vice versa,
which is so interesting because they are the two people who would relate to this the most, that they would be able to commiserate on this together. So, which could be nothing, as co-parents,
which kind of leads me into one of my tweets or threads, which I think we have it under clownery looking forward. So I think one of the things that I said was, And yeah, this is going to be jumping ahead a little bit, which is we did get some episode stills for Hot Shots. The whole basically Buck baking with G, but we also see a lot of like pictures of pictures of Christopher. So I think it ties into like the picture in between Buck and Eddie on the couch, and it's like so I know you said that he's not really haunting the narrative, but it ties into what I meant by saying that I know we don't want to talk about him. Tommy being a distraction.
Yes.
Tommy being a distraction, and Buck throwing himself into that relationship. Meanwhile, like, I guess masking the impact or the effect that Christopher leaving had on him, because he's also like in this position where he was asked to help in making Chris stay or in making Chris communicate with Eddie, but like he failed to do that. So like we don't even we see how this affects Eddie, but we didn't really get to see how it affects Chris leaving affects Buck. I guess kind of looking forward, I have a feeling that maybe we're going to see a little bit of that now that Tommy that now that Buck doesn't have his distraction. And I think that's also that whole thing where I was saying, or me and Han were saying that, what's there to really miss about Tommy? No, like he could be a little bit sad about it, but like he's got to face all of these other things that are going on with his life because
that were creeping up.
Yeah. It's the whole, this man can't be left alone with his thoughts for 1 second. It's why the serious relationships, right? Can't be left alone with his thoughts for 1 second, because then he would have to like do some introspection and find himself, and like, he's come a long way since season 1, obviously, but and especially what's going on with Christopher, I think he is hurting immensely more than we have been shown, for sure. But the last thing, and we found this Tumblr post, and we'll link it, from Lover of Mine. They did a gift set of Eddie from episode 9 of season 7 versus 806. And it's the part where Eddie's laying on the couch before someone rings the doorbell. And he gets up and he opens the door. And Kim is standing there dressed as Shannon. And Buck is there.
Just as
like
Buck.
A kicked puppy. So, but it's very interesting because the framing is like
remarkably similar.
I think it's also interesting because like the only frame that is like noticeably different is just like the focal point, because like they really zoom close up into his face for like opening the door on Kim, and then for Buck, like we said, wide open. It's a medium shot, and you can see like his almost, you're just missing his feet.
I would say that's a wide shot, actually, because you can see all of him. You can see all of his living room. So that also is kind of significant in visually telling how open and receptive he is to the person at the door. And in that also, when you compare both of these scenes, the one from 709 where Kim shows up has a much cooler toned light. Like, it's very blue. I think, is that gift set in black and white?
The Kim part's in black and white.
But like when you actually watch the episode, the lighting is a lot cooler. And then in 806, there is a lot of warm, very ambient lighting. Eddie has so many lamps on, and it's quite lovely. And it looks just like very, very homey, very inviting sort of thing. So just to, I know we've talked about like warm versus cool lighting, like specifically with Hen showing up at Ava's apartment, which is an interesting parallel that I hadn't thought of previously, and the cool lighting is something that like shows in both instances, someone showing up that shouldn't be there and doing things that like are not necessarily good. And then the warm lighting shows up and it's like, Hen is feeling much more like in her own power, and Eddie is feeling himself. So that is something to keep in mind as well. I didn't even think of that parallel. Let's do what if then.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of tie back to what I was just saying about Christopher, Eddie, and Buck. So, and I think it also ties into like the a little bit of that color theory where Buck and Eddie, when they're sitting on the couch at the end of last episode, Eddie is in a lighter color scheme and Buck is in a darker color scheme. So like, I feel like that represents beginnings or moving forward. And then for Buck, it kind of represents like an end and more negative connotations that I can't really think right now because it's like almost 4 a.m. I think what I'm trying to get at was, so, the whole, what I think could potentially happen is that because we know that Tim is going through Buddie's greatest hits,
which we'll talk about.
One of them that we haven't gotten yet is like maybe possibly a divorce arc, a mini arc, because Ryan and Oliver, or one of them, mentioned in some of these interviews that they are going to have some kind of conflict.
Give me that. Put that shit directly in my mouth.
Because Buck is, going through his like spiraling. Meanwhile, Eddie is trying to move forward in some kind of way by trying to find things that bring him joy. So he's going to be reacting to certain things differently than how he normally would. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Buck will be wallowing in whatever he's going to be wallowing in. And like I said, like the part of that is like that whole not having that distraction anymore. So he's going to be able to feel other things, and we're going to see him react to other things. Not in the that was scary. I don't know what that was. Maybe that was my chair. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, so they'll kind of be switching positions in that sense, where Eddie, who's usually looking in the rearview mirror, is now looking forward and like not necessarily like radical acceptance,
right?
But like,
and
yes,
and I think Ryan did say in an interview that normally Eddie would react to Buck's breakup by being like, how can I fix it? How can I like be there for him? But because he's like on his own journey, he doesn't react the same.
And if my little theory comes true that Buck will now react or be shown to react on how Christopher leaving affected him, like maybe potentially, again, like maybe Eddie's in this position where he's not punishing himself, especially with Christopher being gone. So maybe there could be a, like, he misses him, and maybe they're going to be, I know they're going to be talking more in these video calls.
I see what you're saying.
It could be that, like, maybe he's not externally showing how much he is missing Chris like he was before. Meanwhile, Buck might be, or Buck might be showing that he misses Chris, and like maybe there could be like some kind of confrontation where it's like, what is wrong with you? Like, why don't you, or don't you miss Christopher? Like in a like an accusatory kind of way, because you're not reacting the way you normally would. So, and meanwhile, like Eddie is like, well, I do,
like a reverse grocery store.
Yes, exactly that.
He's gonna call Eddie a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, could be potentially.
Oh no.
Meanwhile, I don't think that's the case. Obviously, I think Eddie is going to hopefully wake up soon and be like, I'm going to Texas. Yeah. And my personal favorite, come with me or don't come with me. I don't know.
I could see Buck maybe getting upset because he's like, obviously he's going through it, TM, but like I think him being in that mental space and then seeing Eddie like out of nowhere starting to like not only
come
like
into his own
himself again, but like be more joyous than he's ever seen him, and he's gonna be like, what the fuck?
Why aren't you miserable with me?
Right. And actually, I think that ties into how we started off the season, right? Because, sorry, I just had that miniature brain blast. Yeah. So how we started the season where he was like, all right, guys, I think we should quit. Because he's like kind of expecting everyone to be like in the same, but I mean, because they're going through that same situation, that same feeling that, oh my God, we hate Gerard. I'm gonna assume, like, he's gonna assume that everyone is going to agree with him that, yeah, we should all quit, but they're not.
Or experience and process emotions the same way. Yeah. And so, you know, Buck is missing his distraction. He's been broken up with another failed relationship, so he's really can't like avoid thinking about the Christopher of it all now. And he's like, what? Eddie's just gonna let him go, let him just like live in Texas forever, because it's been 6 months now. So I could totally see something like that happening. I do love a mini divorce arc. I'm in.
Yeah.
Pair that
points at all my ships.
That is actually on our bingo card. Like one half of Buddie avoids the other.
Yeah.
So maybe we cooked with that one.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I'll bring up my potential. I guess since we were talking about Chris a little bit, there could be some potential parallel between Weston and Chris, where like Chris has a near-death experience and Eddie shows up afterward because he wasn't there, because he, you know, wasn't being the adult in the situation and wasn't, you know, bringing him home, blah, 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 blah. And we could have like a parallel of the sorry I wasn't here, it's okay, you're here now kind of thing.
And I think just to take that, because that's basically similarly to what I've been thinking about for a while, is with all of these kids in dire emergency situations, I think that is, and a lot of the emphasis is on the parents being present or absent. I haven't decided which way I think it's going to go. I just think that there is going to be an emergency involving Chris. Specifically, I think it's going to be about something to do with swimming club or a swimming pool, because we also saw, just again with the well call in 8, was it 6? I've forgotten now. With the well call, the family was building a pool, and who did we also hear about potentially building a pool in the first episode of the season was Helena and Ramon. So and Chris doing something with swim club, which would also, just to bring back the Buddie greatest hits again, that would also link it back to the tsunami arc, and also just going on record again saying that the water emergencies on the show are the superior emergencies. I don't know why, but it just is. So I haven't personally decided whether or not it's going to be something that Eddie is actually there and present for, especially with having Eddie shown as like in the medic position a lot. So I don't know if he's going to actually be there or not. This could also go into another kind of like theory that we've been having and everybody's been having, really.
So I was thinking that there could potentially be a parallel between Hen and Buck, or I guess Karen and Hen and Buck, because we specifically are shown in 805 Masks when the emergency is happening where Denny is pinned and Hen is up there taking care of him. Like, Buck goes up to Bobby and is like, should she really be like the one up there? Like, that's her kid. And Bobby's like, are you going to be the one to drag her away? And Buck, you know, silent answer where he, you know, he's like, no. Maybe thinking about Chris and how he wouldn't be able to be drug away. And then he's just silent and he follows Bobby's orders about like what they need to do to help. But then we see Karen saving Denny with her blood, and it's like she's like, they're both like, he's adopted, right? It's like a non-biological parent saving their kid with their blood. I was like, I don't know. It just seemed notable.
I see where you're going with that. Like it makes sense. Something, yeah. Like there you have another example of the parent or a parent saving their child. Not necessarily like the medic in the situation, which would parallel like Eddie and Hen, and then parallel like Karen and Buck.
Yeah, I had like a potential Hen and Eddie, like if he does miss the near-death experience, it's the there's no making up for missing the big moments, and you always miss the big moments.
I did have this like not inkling, I guess like some kind of, I don't know, I guess just general feeling that whatever some of the storylines that Henred had this season, I think will parallel or come into play when it comes to the Buckley Diaz family dynamic. So
I mean, I think you're right, and I think there are already parallels to be made there about, like Mara being taken away and Chris going away. I mean, those are obviously very different like situations, and one of them was more voluntary than the other. But I think they could continue that moving forward as well.
But
so that's a good.
It definitely comes into play when you think about Mara being taken away so suddenly, and then with Eddie, it was kind of like, oh, the rug was pulled from beneath his feet, and it was like so sudden for him too.
They did that to him when he was in no mental state to be making that kind of a decision.
No, absolutely not. And
they like bullied him into it too.
And I love that he did acknowledge like his parents were a little
starting
too willing. He's starting to wake up.
He's defrosting. Speaking of defrosting, Tim Minear is making a Buddy's Greatest Hit album, and it is this season. I know we talked about what we've already seen earlier, I believe. Did we talk about it, or did we skip over it? Did we just keep saying Buddy's Greatest Hits but never like list the greatest hits?
We just kind of blanket statement.
Okay, well, so far we've had the well reference, which
obviously
crazy. And then Eddie mentions getting shot, which like he never does. He does that in the first episode
with the bees.
Yeah, and then we have the lightning strike happening,
which is coming up in
Hot Shots
tomorrow.
Hot Shots. So that's what I hyperventilated about. On top of everything else, I think it was just like an extra layer, and I was like, oh my god, just to have like the well being referenced and then the lightning strike being referenced in consecutive episodes is a wild out of pocket choice, and I love it.
We also had
respect.
We also had a shooting, like an Eddie shooting reference in episode 1. Throwaway line, but as we know with throwaway lines,
there are none. Yeah. So this all leads us to believe, because everything is intentional in television, especially
the show.
So this leads us to believe that we are going to be revisiting one of two things. And I don't even know which one I want more. We're either going to be revisiting the shooting, potentially in reverse, which would bring us full circle, kind of story-wise, but also just like karmically, because this is when they were supposed to go canon in season 4. So this would just be like, I just imagine like Tim like maniacally laughing, like it's all going according to plan.
Yeah.
And I just think that could be really good. But then I was really sold on this idea, like on the shooting, and then I don't even remember who. What? Like
Buck being shot as opposed to Eddie, and
Buck being shot. Yes, exactly. And then that would be giving us the Eddie realization first, or Buck could get hit by a car.
Hit him with your car.
He's just a boy. So I kind of, I don't know. This one would be so good too, because it's literally directly paralleling Shannon and Eddie, and in like, was she the love of your life? I guess she was. So it would just be contrasting that.
That would be a crazy
the love of
parallel.
his life next to Buck, and like, there's no way that he'd be able to compare and contrast those two things next to each other and not realize his feelings.
His brain would break.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna need all the therapy after either of these.
Just go see Father Brian.
Just go see Hot Priest. But yeah, so and I'm kind of leaning towards the car crash actually happening, but now we have that white shirt, and I'm suspicious about that. But the reason I'm suspicious is because Oliver posted this behind the scenes picture. And listen, I spent like an hour 2 weeks ago.
Should have tweeted that, man.
I should have tweeted it. I
Next
spent
time.
an hour at the beginning of November. It was like the 1st or 2nd, I don't fucking know. Just like going through Google Maps based off of like that storage that we do see in the beginning of 806. Saw that 6th Street was there. Because I think I saw a random TikTok of someone who was like, oh, that's by 6th Street. And I was like, you are surely lying. Because they didn't like show anything. They were just like, oh, it's by 6th Street. And I was like, okay, you're on something. But yeah, no, I hunted it down. It's on 6th Street. It's so there was a picture of very clearly a car crash in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And then also there was the behind the scenes video of Oliver in street clothes. I'm guessing it was just his own clothes, and he wasn't actually like
he was on
for the
set,
day because he had his
was,
dogs.
yeah.
He was sitting at a table with these green umbrellas, and they're right outside in front of that fucking storage building in 6th Street. So, also we have Tommy gave him the Lakers tickets and said, you could take Eddie if you want. And Buck's like, really? And he goes, and die. So
that's something else that we
that
could also talk about that for a while. Not going to right now.
The last time Maddie was pregnant, Albert got in a car crash, had a near-death experience.
Mm-hmm. The signs are a-pointin'. I am, however, going to propose the secret third option
Which is both?
Of dual near-death experience.
I mean, at this point, yeah. To my near is just...
I mean, he's cooking. Whichever way you slice it, like someone's getting hurt, right? It's gonna be Eddie, or it's gonna be Buck, or it's gonna be both of them together, because there's, I mean, I wasn't the first one to think of that, but like the idea of Buck and Eddie being kind of like stuck together in some sort of situation, and you also get that that kind of
realization through near-death experience,
possibly, and the Chekhov's medic bag about how Eddie is, you know, just being like really hammered home that, you know, he's a medic, he knows how to do these things. So either like Eddie would have to treat Buck, or Eddie would be incapacitated and would have to communicate with Buck on how to help him and Buck's doing that. So whatever way, like I and then you have like the which then could also parallel the ambulance again from the first episode of season 2, where they're stuck, where they're basically stuck together in the ambulance,
right.
Dealing with this high pressure situation of getting the live grenade out, and they have to very much like lean on each other and trust each other, which would be great if there is like some sort of mini divorce arc, and then they have to like work together. So
I'm sorry, I'm levitating out of my body because I just pictured, because everything's a possibility right now, so I just pictured Buck getting shot, and Eddie, you know, like whether he can or can't pick him up, get him in the ambulance, however he gets there. I'm sure he can.
Why else was he told to bulk up?
Exactly. Whatever. But like him dressing the wounds, right? He's holding pressure on, and we get a direct parallel
Buck
of,
in the ambulance.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
And then Eddie has flashbacks and finally remembers things about the shooting.
Did I tweet that? I had that same thought today.
Did you? Oh my god.
Yeah, because I am of the opinion, especially because we have precedent for this, that because I know at some point Buck asked Eddie if he remembers anything from the shooting.
Yeah.
And Eddie's
He
like,
said no.
no, I don't. However, and I'm sure I've brought this up in another episode and I don't remember which one right now.
You said you thought he was lying.
Yeah, because Chimney in season 1
Sure.
was lying to his doctors, which is not a good thing to do, about how, you know, I don't remember anything from the rebar incident. Meanwhile, he remembers everything. So there's precedent for that. And, you know, high stress situation trigger sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. That would be a great way to like bring it all the way back to like the end of season 4. And
That'd be so good.
Okay, I did not tweet it, but I think I
thought
did
it.
tweet it, but then I erased it.
Oh.
But then
You tweeted it directly into my brain. That's what you did.
because I think I said because of what I was thinking about tweeting was something around the lines of, well, maybe now is a good time for them to actually talk about the fucking shooting, like for real,
Yes.
instead of
And the well.
and the well. Yes.
And the lightning strike. And what better way to do that than when they're stuck together and there's like that is also such a classic like rom-com-y trope.
Oh, by the way, what I do
Romance
have in
trope.
my
Of the
drafts
slow burn.
though
It's getting them stuck.
is I'm going to laugh when Ryan can actually pick up Oliver Stark and prove everyone else wrong.
Everyone wrong.
I do have that in my drafts.
Did everyone forget that he like does martial arts or
I know. Like, just because it's not weights like Oliver does a lot doesn't mean he's not capable of, you know, throwing him over his shoulder.
yeah,
You just have to balance the weight differently. That's all.
you just got to balance the gangly limbs. That'd be the hardest part.
That is the hardest part.
Yeah.
Like I would
hope
know.
you
I
get to
don't know.
tweet that. I really hope you get to tweet that. But yeah, I don't know. I think I saw someone say other secret third option is both car crash and shooting. Is car crash happens, they're actually okay, gets out, is shot.
That's a lot.
Uh-huh.
That's like 1-2 punch. But like basically any combination of the aforementioned
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
do with what you will.
It would
Basically,
go
we're
crazy.
expecting all of it.
Yeah.
Or we're thinking of all of it now so we can like brace for impact later. Yeah.
Here's my wish.
Mm-hmm. Your educated
Um,
wish.
My educated wish is that I hope Hot Shots is based off of Taylor Kelly's book.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that when they're on set, they have to watch these near-death experiences and it makes them really uncomfortable. And then they
From,
have
like,
to
that
talk
outside
about it.
perspective.
Maybe they get held hostage. Maybe something happens and then they're forced to, actually talk about it. I want them to see from an outside perspective how each other reacts in those situations, because it's like, it's so clear if you see it.
And like,
but no, they haven't seen, they've never seen it. So I just feel like there's some sort of something in the air with these buddies' greatest
I
hits.
can feel it coming.
Oh my God.
Which also you said was on the soundtrack of
Yes. Okay. Total non sequitur, just for everyone to know. You know how the Binodo promo at the beginning of the season was set to Phil Collins in the Air Tonight, which they have used in the show before. I didn't know this, but In the Air Tonight was included in the Risky Business movie soundtrack, which could mean nothing. That is just I don't have anything else to say other than like, here you go. That's just some really interesting coincidence, because I didn't know that.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, so just something maybe keep in mind for another time.
Are we gonna get Lasagna Theory back? We've got all the other ones. We have collected almost all the Pokemon. I mean, he's baking. Are we gonna get Baking Theory?
Has lasagna turned into Baking Theory? I feel like
maybe it's just Cooking
related.
Theory now
instead
of like, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to like find the most perfect baked good. Who knows? Aloft Bones.
Listen, the more we say it collectively as a fandom, eventually
We're Tulpa English.
we're gonna get it right.
make it happen.
It'll happen one day.
Okay, and then my last little thing, I think we kind of touched on this earlier, but I really think that, okay, so we know that Ryan has mentioned that he's gonna find out about the breakup, right? And he's gonna react not
Different.
how he normally would.
Mhm.
I think that Eddie's gonna be feeling some type of way because he already was like, wait, Tommy is gay? Back in season 7, episode 5, because they have all these like macho manly things in common, right? Like all the sports and the martial arts and the cars, and
not only is
right?
Tommy the
army,
a mirror, like a parallel to Abby, but Tommy is also a mirror for, or a parallel or a mirror, whatever metaphor you want to take, to Eddie.
I think that is going to make him actually think about stuff, and it's going to make him feel really uncomfy because he's going to be like, wait, you can be gay and in long-term relationships with women? I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't know they knew how to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I wonder if that will spark a little like, sort of like introspection.
The same like, wait, Tommy's gay?
Wait, Tommy was engaged to Abby? Your Abby?
Your Abby?
What?
They were together for 2 years?
They almost got married.
They almost got married?
Yeah, I think that would be really,
I think it's going to make him think some things. How deep that's going to go, I don't know, but I definitely think he's going to have some kind of reaction to that is going to make him act weird.
And on top of his whole like finding joy, I think that would usually like he would just kind of like, brush it off, push it down sort of thing. So I wonder if, because he's going to be reacting to things in a different way, if he's going to kind of like full pendulum swing the other way and be like, I still may not be thinking about this, but I am dealing with it in a more borderline, like a manic kind of way, possibly.
I love manic Eddie. Give it to me.
So that's going to be interesting. And
you're going to look at me with 100-some bodies and tell me, oh my God. That was manic Eddie.
100%. And that was also like the Kubrick stare, just kind of like. Last thing?
That was my last thing, I think.
Wait, what about hashtag lit?
Oh, that's right. I saved the best for last. I know we've talked a lot on this podcast about how Buck 1.0 from the beginning was very clear to us that he was really looking to have intimacy and connection with people, and like that sleeping around with people actually was very bad for him. And we think we just talked about this recently
in
like,
Buck Actually. Yeah.
About how him doing it in the way that he did it, which was very unhealthy, because he didn't do it in a way that was like, oh, I'm just casually dating people and having fun. He did it in a way where he was like trying to find connection in a place where people were only trying to hook up.
It was almost like he was like looking for his next hit of physical intimacy.
Yes.
Looking for love in all the wrong places, essentially. Right.
I think that Oliver Stark said it well in an interview, and I can't remember the exact quote, but they were asking like what's coming up for Buck, right? And he said, I keep asking Tim Minear to hashtag let Buck fuck. And the way he talked about it was saying like it'd be good to see him do that. Like he's done it unhealthily in the past. It'd be like good to see him do it differently. And I think
in a more healthy way. Yeah.
It really would be, I think, healthy for him to not wallow in singledom, just waiting for another relationship to try and potentially fail, because that's how he's going to be looking at shit again. And it would be healthy for him to like figure out what the fuck he actually wants.
That's would be the point of dating. Yeah, that would be the point of it.
He's
and then
never done that.
And then when he realizes that, like, what he wants is what he already has, that will be. I know I said like I had multiple points, but I think that was just the only point.
Yeah, so I think it would be good for Buck and his journey. Like, not even just, like, exploring his, like, uncovered bisexuality, but just to literally, because he's only, like, done hookup apps or serial monogamy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is not...
0 to 60. He
never,
does,
like, just dated like a normal fucking person.
He needs to figure out what he wants.
Yeah. So I would love to see him do that. I agree. # let Buck fuck. And I think that it also would just be delicious because Eddie'd be gnawing his arm off. Because he never saw Buck 1.0. Like, he's never seen Buck have a O phase.
Also, with Buck single and Eddie looking for joy, I think this is the perfect opportunity for the 118 to go on a family outing to like a fun gay club or bar or whatever.
I thought you were going to say Disney.
I mean,
because you've done that before.
I have, but
I would love for them to go to a gay club. I would say Pride, but timing is way off.
But like go with Hen and Karen, you know, and
yes,
and all the other allies.
Yeah, please show me Buck and Hen and Karen. Please show me Eddie and Maddie. Oh my God, please show me Eddie and Maddie.
I need Eddie and Maddie.
Oh, like, absolutely.
Yesterday.
3 yesterdays ago.
Didn't Ryan in an interview recently say like, oh, I need that. I'm contacting Tim Minear. Like,
they keep saying it every
they
time.
always say it.
Him and JLH are just
why is that Tim, the one thing that Tim doesn't give us?
I don't know.
It'll be too powerful. And
True.
Maddie's just gonna be like, so
Matt will just be like, so you're in love with my brother.
Yeah. So I think that's all of our like what if kind of hypothetical theorizing, looking forward clounery sort of educated wishes.
Educated wishes.
Yeah.
And then here's the handful of things we actually know are coming up. Tomorrow, well, because when we're recording, tomorrow is when Hot Shots airs, but yes, 807 Hot Shots.
Synopsis for 807 Hot Shots. When Athena is assigned a rookie to mentor, she begins to question her own abilities. Meanwhile, Bobby and the 118 return to the set of Hot Shots following a 911 call. So that's a whole lot of not much. I mean, we've seen some
par for the course this season. Yeah,
we've seen some stills. Very interesting. That's how we know the stuff about the lightning strike. And
that was in the fucking promo, but yeah.
But in one of the stills, there's a guy, like an extra with like the rebar sticking out of his forehead. So, I mean, that's almost definitely going to be like Taylor Kelly's.
Then we have 808, which is going to be Wannabes.
And we know nothing about
that. All we know.
And that's the mid-season finale. And that's all
I did want to leave you with these facts that Meowdy Han on Twitter posted about past mid-season finale cliffhangers for reference. Season 2, episode 10 was the Jason is Doug reveal. Season 3, episode 10 is Michael telling Bobby he has cancer. Season 5, episode 10 is Eddie leaving the 118. And season 6, episode 9 is Wendell's death. So just things to keep in mind.
At one point, we were talking, maybe it was over DMs, that they don't always do a like cliffhanger for the mid-season finale.
No, they don't.
I think that what we usually see tends to happen is the mid-season premiere. So when it comes back in for like the season B, then they usually do kind of like instead of like a 3-part opener, they do a little bit of a 2-part opener where the first 2 episodes are like the first episode back in the season B that ends on a cliffhanger, and then it gets like kind of like wrapped up in the second episode. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that in like 809, 810. But that's far, far in the future. We'll survive it.
Remember, don't shave off your mustache.
But if you do,
take a buddy with you.
Thank you for listening to the Buddy System podcast from start to finish.
We literally cannot shut up about 911, so please come talk to us on your favorite social media platform.
We're at Buddie System Pod everywhere. That's BUDDIE System Pod.
Leave a 5-star review on Spotify or Apple Podcasts to get a personal shout out in the next episode. The Buddie System is a Nerd Virgin media production featuring music from Divinity.
Can't get enough of the buddies? Subscribe to our Patreon for access to exclusive content and our Discord community.
Catch you next time, and don't forget,
Bring a buddy with you.